What else do I want to do? I want to turn on. Okay. Hey, Lily. How are you? Congratulations.
Thank you. I wanted to talk to you. I can't come to class this Wednesday because I got invited for a super day at Wells Fargo in New York City.
Oh, wonderful. Will you be back? When are you going to be back? So they're flying you?
They're flying me up, and they want me to fly up Wednesday because the event is on. It's Tuesday. No, sorry, Thursday, Friday. 2 day event, like full of final round interviews, networking, professional development, like really
Wow,
heavy
great. You can
stuff.
ask them about it. What are they doing in AI?
Yeah, I know. And well, they actually have a technology group, so I should probably, I might want to ask about that.
Yeah,
And
ask
it's,
about the technology. Because even in these places, Lily, what you want is, besides, salary and what they, and if they're nice and so forth, you want to have a place where they will give you a place to learn.
yeah,
Because it's very easy once you get into a place that you'll be outdated in a couple years, you know what I mean? So you want to get opportunities that will enhance you, that you keep on learning. And if you're not learning and you don't see that, you're going to be learning, and especially in technology, because think about it. In banking, what is going to be? It's going to be together with humans and together with technology. So
well,
that's my bias.
yeah. Well, tomorrow, I got two first round interviews as well that I'm doing tomorrow. One of them is for the tech group that
Is this for an internship, or this is for actual
it's
job?
for it's an internship, 2026 internship. Because for investment banking, they do it like a year in advance.
Fantastic, fantastic. And it'll be for the summer, or what will it be?
Yeah, it's this like summer 10 week program.
Okay, and
Uh,
what's the other one? What's
so
the other
Key
company?
Bank,
Wells Fargo is one, and what's the other one?
so Key Bank, Houlihan Lokey, um, and Wells Fargo, and maybe Jeffries on Friday as well. So it's I'm a little bit all over the place.
Okay, so just keep it keep it in mind. You can track it also.
Yeah,
With your
well, I have like on my phone, I have like a widget like of my reminder that connects with my calendar. So I like check. It's like a little checklist. So
Yeah, no, but but that's what I would look at, is let them sell you. You know what I mean? In that way of what do you have to offer me? You know what I mean?
yeah,
You can't look cocky. You know what I mean? But in the way that, and talk even about really what we've done in the class.
no, definitely for tomorrow and for the tech group at KeyBank because
Yeah,
they work with software and semiconductors. So
perfect. And you
um,
can talk about deep seek. So,
yeah, no, that's what I have been talking about, mainly DeepSeek,
yeah, but
and how that threw off the pricing of AI because a lot of what they work with is like AI software for
yeah,
either.
but they've now come up with some articles, and they're wondering really where they was that deep seek. They were exaggerating maybe to their costs. It was really much more expensive. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can say
Yeah,
anything, right? I
yeah,
can
true.
tell you stories are easy in this business, right? I can get Gen AI. Gen AI can hallucinate and say what we're going to do. So that'll be great. Okay, wonderful. So you can even talk about that you've been teaching it. You've been assigned that teaching in training.
Yeah, no, and I'm very excited about that. So should I email Daniel?
Yes, Daniel, you should be on the
Okay.
WhatsApp group.
Yeah. Would you should I rather like send him a text on WhatsApp or like
No,
email him?
well, send him a text. Tell him that you're here. I don't know if they put you. Were you in WhatsApp? Do you have the?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Okay, are you in the TA? There's a TA in training group. Thomas is
Yeah,
in it too.
it says I'm in it.
Okay, so then you're in it. Okay,
Okay.
and then Daniel and Sebastian will send out examples. I'll show you today, if we have some time. I'll show you today I found an interesting program. It's called VAPI, V-A-P-I. API, we know what it is. What is it?
API?
Yeah, that'll be good. That we'll practice for your interview. What's API, Thomas? You remember? And if you don't know, what should you do?
I'm Googling it right now.
Right.
I have another, it's right next to me. An application programming interface?
Yeah. So see, I have all my teaching assistants and training. So think about Zoom, right? Zoom and YouTube Live, right? We're within Zoom and then we go to YouTube Live, right? Who owns Zoom is a separate company. YouTube is owned by Google, right? Or Alphabet, right?
Alphabet.
So in this case, both sides have to give permission, especially Zoom has to give a permission, an application program interface that another program can work and connect, an application program interface. So all of these have together, right? And it's to both advantages, right? It's an advantage to Zoom because then more people will use Zoom because, hey, I can now live stream to YouTube, correct? And YouTube wants it because it can then get all of Zoom customers. And so they're having an application program. So I came across a program called the API.ai. So the V stands for voice. So you remember that we're talking about almost like the podcasting where you can do, instead of doing by text, you're going to do it by voice. But this program, I want to use it for this semester. So I want everybody to create then. Remember I talked about 1-800-CHAT-GPT? What is that?
It's like ChatGPT's like call line.
Right. You can take any phone in the world, right? You can even take a regular stupid phone, right? A regular that doesn't even have internet access and dial to 1-800-CHAT-GPT. In this voice API or VAPI, there are a number of companies. This one is a startup company by Y Combinator from San Francisco. And what you can do and what we'll do is you create a phone number, Lily. So you'll have your own phone number and then you'll basically create and then you can say what is the beginning, how you want the phone to, somebody can call you and then you can basically train that agent to be whatever you want. So let's say you want it on Lily, then basing on Lily, right? You could even give all those interns, oh, why don't you talk to my chatbot? And then you ask them questions about what is Lily, what is Lily's, what is Lily interested in, what type of internship does she want, where do, what is her major? You could just fill it up with your, resume and other things. It'll read it almost like Notebook LM.
Yeah.
You could do that, but you do it, what I'm thinking about is having each student then have their own number. And have you ever heard of a vanity number?
No.
Anybody hear about a vanity number? Have you ever heard of thinking about if I said 1-800-FLOWERS or even 1-800-CHAT-GPT? What do you think it is, right? They're really letters compared to phone. So maybe when you create your phone number, we'll do it together and we'll see if we can get a mnemonic that spells something too.
Yeah.
Like 1-800-BUSINESS or USA, MON for money demo or something like that. And then you can basically, it gives you a script and you can change the script. So rather than just putting on the notebook does the podcast, the chatbot will then create it and anybody can call then that number and it will be your number. Or you could make it then Wells Fargo number, right? It has it, or you can do it, but you could show it on your own.
No, I'm looking at the website right now.
Yeah. So we'll do that after the exam. I'll maybe do it after the exam, maybe on Wednesday. I'll show it to you. And those of you who want that, we can start the beginning. And then we can create phone numbers. And then I want a phone number that spells something, which would be ideal. Just like 1-800-CHAT-GPT, that people can remember it. Kind of almost branding in itself. And they don't give 800 numbers, but they give, in this case, they give local area codes,
Yeah.
But we don't have to live in that area code, and it's just for US right now. And then they give you a name for a chat bot, and then you can change it, and then you can say, hey, what kind of voice do I want? Later on, you could even make it your own voice, or you can have it their voice. You can say, how do you want it to respond? If they don't know an answer, what should they say? Just ways in which they're doing those chatbots. And what I like about for the class, you don't need any coding.
Yeah.
And the easy way to do it is just with your Gmail account, just like you did the live streaming. Just don't use the university email. Use your own, where you have authorization, full authorization. An API, then it's that application program. But what's the key here? V for voice. So they have a number of those models, those learning language models that are voice, and then you can make changes just by editing the scripts. And then you could train it and see how it would be. And then you can create different numbers, and maybe your different numbers would be different versions of your persona.
Yeah.
One could be Lily of doing bank internship. Another one could be Lily of entrepreneurship,
Yeah.
Okay, so those are what we have. So kind of interesting. Okay, so great. So let us know, basically, take notes, and then basically what I'll ask you to do, maybe the following Wednesday, is just give a short presentation, since you won't be with us on Wednesday. Give a short presentation of what you've learned, what they're doing in technology.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A short presentation. It's good for us, and then of how it worked out.
Like on Zappy or?
No, just on what you learned from your intern. You're going this week, right? It's this week you're going.
Okay.
So we have the exam on Monday. So the exam being on Monday, we don't have time for that, but give a short presentation on what you learned in terms of your visit for 2 days, besides enjoying New York City, right? And where they wined and dined you. Rather than the meals you got, it was really what are they doing in technology, and then we can discuss it. So if they have, it'll be good. So if they have you have another visit or something with them, even questions that you want to ask us, right? They were doing this, and maybe I have another interview, and I'm not sure about this. We can use it as a discussion forum. Okay? All right. Hopefully everybody's getting their cameras on. We're working together. Nice, we got some teamwork. Sophia and Jasper are working as a team now. And hopefully everybody's down. I got a couple of people notes that they've been under the weather. What can I say? The only good thing one of the good things about this class most of the time is that we're not infecting each other. That's what I say. When you cough, you're just coughing in that little circle. So that's it. Okay. So we're getting everybody up and running. So while Sebastian is in, do I have any volunteers who wants to moderate the chat?
Me and Sophia can moderate the chat.
Okay. Sophia and Jasper and Lily, you want to do that as well? And we welcomed Lily for her feedback. she volunteered and we approved her to be our teaching assistant in training, as well as Thomas and Andre here. So welcome here, and we'll be able to see that as well. So, Sebastian, how are you doing? Okay, so okay, we're all having every issue. What can I say? I'm going to make you co-host then, Sebastian, if we need to, so you'll be able to deal with the attendance or something like that. Okay, so let's get on the road here. Let me do my recordings. I've already done my MSN recording where I am recording to my own computer. With Zoom, I'm going to record. Ooh, I'm going to stop that. I don't want to record. In Zoom, I want to record to the cloud, not to my computer. So in Zoom, I want to record to the cloud. I want to go to live stream on YouTube. As soon as I see that, you see that, Lily? As soon as I say live on YouTube, that is an API. Behind the scenes, you're not even aware of it. Behind the scenes, when people are saying we have an API, that means what? That they're opening up part of their interface that others can use. And basically, that's going to be a standard in any software. It's having an application programming interface, because you just don't want to use one program, as for instance our conference of Zoom. You want to be able to be within Zoom and at the same time broadcast that live. Why? Why would I want to do that, Lily? Why would I want to do it at the same time? What's the advantage of that? Rather than I could create an account in Zoom and in a separate browser turn on Zoom, and then basically when I finish this recording I could upload to Zoom. What's the advantage of having it together?
Well, it's a live stream, so they're both happening at the same time. So if someone doesn't have the Zoom link, then they can access it
Yes,
through their YouTube
and
channel.
right, and then you could,
and it's also like easier to navigate as well. It's just through the
yeah,
Zoom,
and it's easier to navigate. Also, you can think about it for a business. You could think about monetizing it. Basically have, it may be in a certain way, people in the Zoom sessions, you could say, oh, you're in the Zoom sessions, you're my students. We could think of like a learning environment. You're going to be tuition, so you're going to get more personalized attention. We can speak, we can see your faces. You can be asking questions. You may have special recordings. But on the YouTube, does it cost us anything more? As a business? No, it's not going to cost us anymore, so might as well put it out to the public, and the public can see it. Then if we were really popular, we could say, oh, if you want to ask questions and chat, we could even have someone on YouTube moderating that section.
Yeah.
So you could even basically say, and it may be just in a way that everything doesn't be monetized, but you already start having your brand, you already have your following. Just like in other social media, you already have your following, you can do other things with it. So you can basically think about it that way. Okay, so I'm recording here. I could also record in Loom. Let's see if my Loom works. And I can do without a camera in Loom, and I could start recording in Loom. And it gives me like a way to prepare. So it's another way that I could do it, and it's recording from Loom. Okay, any questions? So let me go over we'll do some housekeeping today. We'll talk about an exam that we have coming up, which is next Monday in person. So I hope everybody gets well and we don't have sniffles in the lab, that we get infected as well, and that you won't be sick for spring break. We want you healthy at least for spring break. So we'll go through that, and I'll also go through some of your Okay. All right. So let me share my screen. Any questions? Any comments? So Sophia, Jasper, you'll look at the moderation and let us know if there's something needs to be done. Teamwork is always encouraged here. On the exam, Jasper and Sophia, it's individual work, right? But you can definitely study together and share. So I have my screen here. Everybody sees my screen. And then you all see what? You see then the conference. And notice here, Lily, I'm just going to even point out to here, see, when you have an enterprise version of Zoom, and only put a note there, Lily, that you only can do the streaming, not on the free version, but on the enterprise version. You see here, we have it already, a little branding here in the corner. Do you see that? Of Zoom, so you could have it then of Wells Fargo or any banking, or even then later on it could be, Lily Wash, investment firm or something, as we go. Okay, so we have that where you can have a number of people moderating that. So we know that's working fine. Let's go to, we have our Zoom meeting. Let's go to our what's due section. Hopefully we got it, what's due. In my what's due section, you see, everybody see that? The first thing right here is exam 1, March 3rd. So that is a week from today. We're in person. This is the School of Business in the second floor where the elevator banks are in room 204. And we have a review guide that's under PPT documents, exam 1 review. So let's see that. So if I go to my PPT and documents, let me go to my edit mode is off so I see the same thing that you do. And here's my PowerPoint and here's my exam review. Exam, it says, will take place School of Business March 3rd. It will cover basically chapters we know. Chapter 1, TG1, TG2, Chapter 5 and 4. It'll include also the audit assignments, class lectures. I suggest you arrive 10 minutes early, so as soon as everybody's in there, we can start. The exam will take the entire period. Those of you that have gotten more time, when you come in, let me know, and then you will get the time allotted to you. Most people finish on time. So even those that need extra time, most people finish on time. A lot of people can, once you finish both parts of the exam, you check out and you can leave early. You need to bring with you a pictured ID, cane card, or government ID. What are we doing then? If we think about it, Sophia and Jasper, what are we thinking about? Security, right? That we even need our physical security. We need to do authentication, authorization. We have to see who you are. Just like in digitally, we need to see that when you come into a class with someone's, that your pictured ID matches who you put into the exam. You also need to bring your laptop computers. We will be using the school's computers, but guess what? Why are we bringing laptops in this case? Sophia, why do you think you need to bring a laptop if we're going to be taking the exam on the school's computers?
Maybe if there's any login info in your laptop that you would.
Right, and what else? What else could possibly go wrong? Could there anything possibly go wrong when we deal with computers and Wi-Fi and everything else?
Their computers might not work.
Yeah, we have how many students here, right, that there may be 1 or 2 that are not working, and most likely we can use another one. So what do we need is always to have, remember we talked about it, security, backup, and recovery. Remember we talked about business continuity plan, how to continue doing business if we have issues with our computers. And guess what? This is our continuity plan. So even if I asked you on a business continuity plan, what could be possible backups that we're using is that everybody bring their laptop computer, and they need then Respondus to be available to them. So they need Respondus, then that software, you need to download it on your laptop to make sure that you have the latest version. We also, guess what? You can use, again, Notebook LM if you want. You can basically practice anything you need for the terms. So basically, if you look at that guide then, of that exam guide, this is what the exam will look at. This is saying the same thing. There's going to be two parts to the exam. One part will be multiple choice, around 60 questions, and the other part will be open-ended. There'll be two separate tests. You need to bring your phone. All of you bring your phone anyways, but you need, just like you said, Sophia, is that you need to basically sign in with Duo. You need to know your UMID, and you need to know your passwords, and you'll be doing one part which will be like the quizzes, Sophia. There'll be like the quizzes, multiple choice questions, and the other part will be open-ended questions. There'll be two separate, so you decide which one you want to do first. I used to do multiple choice and then open-ended, but you know, people have different learning styles. For instance, Thomas, if you feel more comfortable, hey, I studied for the open-ended, I want to get that out of the way first and make sure that everything is in my mind has been out of it, you can choose open-ended first. But, Thomas, you cannot go back to it. Once you finish that, you're completed with this, then you go on to the multiple choice. You can't go back and forth and say, oh, I see something in the multiple choice that reminded me of something to add in the open-ended. So you just have to do this. These are the multiple choice and true-false concepts that we can think about from all the chapters. You know, from hardware to CPU input, primary. You can see that operating system, nothing this is new. Open source versus proprietary, data versus information versus knowledge, infrastructure, trends, security, exposures, threats, social engineering. We talk about secure socket layers, software encryption, denial of service. Remember the distributed, all the viruses, the adware, VPN, cache, data governance, goals of data controls, the data hierarchy, keys, primary versus secondary. We need to know about, we talked about it before, of all of our access controls, what we mean by least privilege, big data, data warehouse versus data marts. And here are sample questions. I've listed 7 sample open-ended questions. You need to answer it in detail. If you answer it in, 1 or 2 sentences, you will not get full credit. One is about list and describe 3 user-led practices that can improve digital security. Explain how each practice helps secure digital information. Compare. Number 2 is our assignment. Compare and contrast local recording versus cloud recording. Discuss the benefits of YouTube live streaming and Zoom's remote control features. In what situations would you choose one option over the other? How can these tools support business promotion? And here is another Zoom question on using Zoom, a cloud-based recorder, screen recorder, right? Use examples to tell us how you choose between these tools. Here's on database, to find a field record table in a database management system. In designing a university student database, which data fields are essential, which field should function as the primary key, explain why the primary key is important. Here is defining data governance, explain how it could be implemented in a university setting, differentiate between authentication and authorization, which one of these processes is always performed first, to illustrate its importance, provide specific examples of how least privilege authentication and authorization were applied in class, compare and contrast risk management, risk analysis, give examples in a university setting, and 7, explain how Notebook LM was useful when studying for this exam, recommend any fine-tuning for its features, explore potential benefits for business outside educational usage. Questions? Sophia and Jasper, you questions or anyone else that's asked in the chat?
No, nothing in the chat.
Okay, and what about you? Got the idea?
Yeah.
So on the open-ended, what I like in the open-ended, if I say I'm giving you, Sophia and Jasper, open-ended questions, this way I say, hey, I'll choose 2 to 3 of these. So you can practice rather than I can ask you a whole world. You got it? Next. The next part I just wanted to let you know here is on, let me just see here, on the, go to the audit area. Everybody go to the audit area. And under the assignments, let me just go even back here. If I go what is due, I know that today before class, the audit assignment is due. The dynamic voice AI individual assignment was due. The one thing that I will allow you to do is, let me take group 8. When I look at group 8, you see this? Under dynamic voice AI assignment, every group should have this. If you don't have this in your group, you will get penalized. So you need to state underneath your folder for dynamic voice assignment each person in your group and what chapter they did. And many, just like you did for the screen recording assignment, where you did OPS, ScreenPal, Loom, and QuickTime, do it the same for the chapters. So I'm allowing you now to go in and add that to your folder. I went to each group, and there were many groups that didn't do that. Did you get that, Allie? What group are you in?
I think I'm group 9.
Okay, do you have it in group 9?
No, we don't. We have to put it in.
Okay, so put it in now. Otherwise, you'll get points taken off. And it's silly to get points taken off for something like that. Right, Alan? Okay, and then under dynamic voice assignment, this is what it should look like, right? Your Zoom cloud recording link, your Zoom AI companion, only the quick recap. And why, Lily, do you have 2 quick recaps?
Because I had to do multiple recordings, so I decided to add both my recaps.
Perfect. Right, and then reflections and improvements, notebook multiple choice questions that you've put in well here. And one of the things that I suggest you do is look at your multiple choice questions, because we'll pick they can be a few of those being into the exam as well. So these are ways in which to do this. A way to, which of the following is a risk mitigation strategy? We got the idea of, hey, I got to know what risk mitigation means, that I have to reduce it, right? Which of the following are physical controls, because I need to have a physical control, right, versus an access control, right? Which of the following in the control? Communication controls to protect information systems. What's the purpose? You got there? Business continuity planning. just like we're doing business continuity planning in case our business, my business is to give you exams, right, Lily? Right? And in case those computers go down, do I have control over them? No, right? We're even doing backup and recovery. What I'll ask, just as you can see, is what are the roles for my teaching assistants in training, and my teaching assistants is beforehand to go to the lab to make sure Respondus is working on all of those 40-some computers, that later on, if some of them don't go into Respondus or not working, then what do we need to do is we have to go to the IT people in the School of Business and report it. Because they say to me, it works, Dr. Rush. And what do I say? Everybody can tell me anything, right? In this business, I need to, it's not that I don't believe people, but what do we have to do? We have to verify. And maybe it worked last semester. Maybe even worked last month. But it may not even work on Monday, but at least I know the week before we checked it out, right, of business continuity, and we're planning for that. So this is a great idea when you think what is the purpose of business continuity planning, is that how does a business going to continue running if they have issues with their information technology, if they have problems with hardware, if they have problems with software, if there's a natural disaster happening, right? Can hurricanes happen? Of course they can. Can earthquakes happen? Can fire happen? Whatever it is that I'm not in business, I need to plan that. I need to make plans to continue with this. So to prevent unauthorized access, what's the purpose? To prevent, to outline disaster, to monitor, to encrypt data. So they're going here, which is following is not a basic guideline for creating long passwords, and then you give the answers here. I like it in this case that you don't give the answers first, then you can practice. If you see the answer, then you don't learn as much, and then we have it. And then the same thing for Soren. Excellent. And the same thing in this case we have for Juan and Pavi. Starts to look good. Okay. Questions? So everyone should have that as a part. So I have this of ending March 3rd in person in SBA 204, the exam review guide. And then what I suggest you do for studying is in your reading adaptive, one of the things is you can just even go to Wiley Plus courses. That's one. And I have my computer resources here. I could go, for instance, to data knowledge and management, and you can go to the different sections. For instance, there's managing data, the database approach. We talked about that, of minimizing and maximizing issues. My big data, my data warehouse and data mart. So let me just go to data warehouse and data mart. You also have your PowerPoints, you know them, your PowerPoints, and think about explaining the elements necessary to successfully implement and maintain data warehouse. So if this is the case, I'm doing, Isabel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good. So describing a data warehouse, there's something called a data warehouse and a data mart. Isabel. And the question, what you're going to need to know is, what is it? How is it used in business? And what's the difference between a data warehouse and a data mart? Or is there a difference? So the first thing we think about in data warehouse and data marts, they all deal with data. So the question is the data in this case historical, present day, or future data? Did you hear me, Isabel?
Yes, I did.
What did you repeat what I asked? Is a data warehouse and a data mart, is it talking about historical data, present data, or predicted data?
Is it historical?
It's historical. So when they think about it, what we're going to use is, we always use a data warehouse and a data mart in order to analyze the data of a company to give us insights for the future based on the past. So this is key. A data warehouse is a repository of historical data that's organized by subject to support decision makers within the organization. So if I think about this, I could use a data warehouse at a university for what type of data? Allie? At a university, what type of data would be good to put into a data warehouse? Data from whom?
Students.
Students is one. Another one could be faculty, right? Another one could be administrators. But under data warehouse, let's think about that you all know, and I'm close to my heart too, is students, right? And so we would take not the present day, but historical data in our data warehouse, and what type of fields could we possibly store there? Besides, sometimes in a data warehouse, it wouldn't necessarily mean that I would have to store your name, but rather I would like to see what kind of, I could see maybe by major, right, Allie? I could see, where are you from, Allie? Original.
I'm from Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. So it may be of an interest that when we think about a data warehouse, is we may also want to say by state or even by city where you're from originally. And why would that be important for the university? Allie? To know where you were from. Besides, in a cocktail party, I would say Allie's from Philadelphia and she was probably happy about a football team or something, right? Besides that. Why?
I guess they use it for, like when they put out the admission stuff and they
what is admission stuff? Let's talk more articulately, right? When they recruit, right? If I'm trying to recruit, I want, number one, students that probably, I don't want to just basically send out marketing materials maybe to people in Alaska saying, they're never going to come here, most likely. Maybe we'll have one student from Alaska, maybe from Hawaii. But it seems that Northeast, maybe of Pennsylvania, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, it may be that we can recruit there. It may be we could also kind of even do something where we can find out who was successful, who really is satisfied, what type of students really love this university. What were the characteristics of this that were really good? And then it may be even just the opposite. Who really, when they came there, it wasn't a good fit? It's almost like a matchmaking kind of things, that we're doing AI now and matchmaking. These are the characteristics, Allie, that maybe you're interested in, right? This is a good fit. It's not even a value system. It's just, hey, these are folks that really like it, and it may be those people in Alaska wouldn't even like it because it's just too hot and humid. Besides, it's going to be taking their parents. How long is it going to take to go from Alaska to Miami? So this is a data warehouse of what you're going to have. And in that data, then you have something called a data mart. And basically what a data mart is a scaled down version of a data warehouse. So maybe a data mart would be the School of Business. What major are you in, Allie?
I'm business management.
Business management. So maybe even just the Department of Business Management. What do you want to do in business management? You have a clue why you chose that?
Not yet. Either something to do with marketing or sales.
Okay, marketing or sales. So let's even say those type of students that are really interested in marketing, what type of courses should we be offering them? We could do then data mark just on the marketing department and what types of courses they really said, and we could even interview past students. Let's say after 5 years, what were the most important courses you had? Or maybe we can do it and say, what was missing in your curriculum? And they said, you know what, I really would have liked to have more digital marketing, because that's really where it's at. So that is a data mart versus a data warehouse. So it's organized by subject. We can use it as online, basically in transactions, or basically analytical, that we can ask questions to it. It needs to be basically integrated. Basically here it's talking about customer, but for us at the university, students are our customers, right? We can think about it. We're nonprofit, but really they're our customer. And in this case, it depends on how much time do we want to go back. Do I want to have students that were here 20 years ago? Or do I want to have just students that graduated? Or do I want to have students that are just freshmen? So this is my time. And non-volatile. So now we need to figure out, what does non-volatile mean? You're on a roll, Allie. What does non-volatile mean? You have any idea?
It's when you can't change it. Right?
Exactly. I cannot change it. Because what I want is, I want that data to be in that data mart, the past data, historical data, and that you can't change. Versus if you were doing an inventory, right, it could change, right? My inventory, if let's say we are selling cars or we're selling t-shirts, right, that is changing all the time. It's present, right? We started off with 10,000 shirts and now we have 1,000 shirts. So in this case, the data warehouse is non-volatile. When we talked about ROM and RAM in storage, we also talked about RAM, random access memory, being volatile, that it can change. ROM is that it's static. It cannot change. So this is non-volatile. It's multidimensional, meaning that I can look at a number of different fields, and then they can be stored in, even when we think about it, like a data cube, that I can look at it by time, I can look at it by region. Let's say I want to say which students were really seemed to not only accept us in recruiting, but Lily, I may have another data mart saying which students got recruited by the best companies on Wall Street. What was the characteristics of those students? Were they my finance students? Were they the ones that joined different clubs? Were there ones that had higher than GPAs? And then maybe what I want to do, Lily, is find out, hey, they got recruited, but which ones really succeeded? So I could even take those graduates 5 years later, and let's see from them which ones got promoted, which ones say, hey, this was not for me, this wasn't a good fit. So this is in the data warehouse that you need to do. And then you can see here, you can even have more. In this case, what is the primary purpose of the data warehouse? You can go through, and then you can see something like this. If I look further onto this, Soren, you here with me? Good. So in this figure here, you can think about it. This is my source. This looks a little bit, Soren, like what? Where did you see source before? Remember, did you do Notebook LM? I saw that you did Notebook LM. Remember, what was the source in Notebook LM?
The
What was your source when you had to do your, what chapter did you have?
I did software.
So what was your source?
It was the PowerPoint.
Right, that's the source. So in this case, they're saying in a data warehousing, the data warehouse framework, think about sources, what you input. You did PowerPoint. In this case, they're saying, hey, you have external web, because this is for the entire one. This could be, for instance, my enterprise resource planning, my data about admissions for my students, right? Some of their web documents. You know what I may want to include too? Some of the social media of my students. And then once we get the source, what we want to do is what they call data integration. Behind the screens, they want to clean up the data. And you see anything that looks like this is a database, and this says Enterprise Data Warehouse. So, Soren, what does enterprise mean? What does the word enterprise mean? When you see Enterprise Data Warehouse, what is an enterprise we're a member of? Soren, what do yourself and me have in common? We both are what? We're both at the university, right? The same university. We have different roles, right? But we're both there. So what is an enterprise?
A centralized database.
But what does the word enterprise mean? Ariel, what does the word enterprise mean? And Soren, if you don't know, what should you do?
Search it up.
Yeah, so let's do it. So Ariel, I'm looking for the word enterprise. What does enterprise mean? And it's important for us to know.
It's like a business or company.
Yeah, it's an organization. Think about it as a big company. A lot of times, you know, the small little food truck usually isn't an enterprise. Right, Ariel? But if we think about it, the university, is our university a large organization? And think about it. Zoom, you did the Zoom exercises, right, Ariel? Ariel, are you there?
Yes, I did do that.
Right. We cannot use YouTube live streaming on a individual free account in Zoom. But in the enterprise version, how do we get access to the enterprise version of Zoom? Did we have access to the university enterprise version? Are we now on the enterprise version? We're using Zoom. You logged into Zoom, right? I started recording to Zoom. When we did, for instance, right, my YouTube Live, right? My YouTube Live, right? When we did YouTube Live, that was being able to stream from Zoom using the enterprise version. What does it mean? The university, basically, Zoom sells to the university enterprise version. And they say, guess what? It's not for one user. How many users do you think they can do? Thousands, right? Because they just have 10,000 students, let's say. They have 2,000 faculty. Let's say they have all the people in the medical school, right? So maybe they get a 20,000 user part. Do you think they pay for that? Ariel?
Yes, I do think.
Yeah. You think they pay $100 or more?
I think they pay more.
Yeah, they probably pay per user. So they may say, hey, per user, you'll pay $30. I'm just making up a number, or $50. But it comes out to hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to use Zoom. And then you see here, enterprise, we put all the students. Let's say we had an enterprise data warehouse of all my students. And then, just like Ali said, we'll maybe do a data mart just for management students, and a data mart just for marketing students, and a data mart just for finance students. You got that? And we'll see, basically, we may ask a hypothesis, different questions for marketing students versus management students versus finance students. And then they report it, and then they get some interest there. So basically, decision makers for the, let's say for the university, could then say, how can we recruit better and make the match better based on historical data? Is that clear? So this is what they talk about when they talk about data marts and data warehousing. So a data mart is a subset of a data warehouse, all historical. So this historical data just will be updated whenever I want, but it won't be in real time. Every time, right, that you get another grade in a class, this won't be updated. It won't be like you can see right now, updated what GPA you have frequently. It's just updated as they go along, and it's historical. And you can drill down for it. So this is what I was saying before that you can view here in this generic videos here, in which you can see the videos as well, but this is where you can see it. And if I go to chapter 4, in chapter 4 then, we talked about unintentional threats. You need to know the difference between what's an unintentional threat versus a deliberate threat. Unintentional means that somebody clicked on a link unintentionally, or somebody basically through social engineering gave their password to someone that shouldn't have it. Or in this case, we can think about it is that I always have that introduction to information security. Let me go to that. In that introduction to information security, what do I want to do is I can think about it is my information is vulnerable, and what I want to be able to do is secure my information, that I don't have unauthorized access, being people only have access to the data that I give authorization to. They're not going to disrupt. They're not going to modify or destruct. So these are ways in which I think about it, that you need to know what is a threat, that it's any type of information resource that's in danger to which the system may be exposed. And basically exposure then is any information resource that's going to cause harm, loss, or damage if there's a threat. Like I talked about before, I'm not concerned about my PowerPoints, that somebody's going to damage my PowerPoints, that I'm going to lose my PowerPoints, they're going to harm my PowerPoints. But I am concerned if they basically are going to take your social security number, your student ID, or your credit information, or your GPA, and they make changes to it. So what I need to think about always is that it's going to be, once I'm especially on a network, I am going to be vulnerable. So those breaches that happen to the biggest companies, they spend millions of dollars getting the biggest companies, is how do I protect it? And I have to always do a balance. How much is my data is worth? What are the consequences, and how much I'm going to spend to try to protect it? So these are areas where you look at to see that the differences between it, and this is going to be key. That what I would focus in on security are, how do I control? I know I'm always going to be vulnerable. I need to create then controls, countermeasures to protect my assets. Just like you do all the time with your house. I lock the doors, right? Don't they say in the dorms, I live in the dorms, just don't leave your doors open. Look around you, right? There has to be ways, not everybody can get into the dorms, right? And then basically it's going to be unintentional. We talked about you need to know then that they're physical controls, they're access controls that I'm able, and communication controls. And especially digitally, access controls are going to be key that we talk about. How do I authenticate somebody? How do I authorize? So authentication is what? Confirms the identity of the person requiring access. So an authentication is what? You have to bring your pictured ID so it confirms you are the person that's requiring access. And then authorization, look at this, which going to be my actions, my right, or privileges the person has. And what's the different authorization here? In the audit area, you have different privileges than you do for your regular section. So you need to know the differences there. And now sometimes in those banking, Lily, now they're going to be doing what? Something the user does to authenticate. Now they're doing it in banking. You can think about what, Lily? They're doing voice recognition, signature. Because what? Are they vulnerable? Of course those banks are vulnerable. They're really going to be in need of security, right? So one of the things, Lily, you can look at is what types digitally, what are they doing that's new in terms of security to keep the assets of their customers secured. They know what is better, to break into a bank and get money or to break in for my PowerPoints. I can tell you my PowerPoints aren't worth much. But in this case, and then you have to make sure that people will go along with it. They trust it. In voice recognition, now what's the problem with voice recognition? Michael, what's the problem? Before they say, hey, we'll record your voice, Michael, and then when you call into Wells Fargo or to Citibank or Bank of America, we'll recognize your voice. What's the problem with that in today's environment?
I'm not completely sure.
Okay, think about it. I record your voice, right? And next time you dial in, I know that that's your voice.
Well, there's probably a lot of similarities in people's voices.
There's similarities in people's voices. What else is an issue? Who can tell me? Raise your hand and tell me, what is the problem of using voice recognition in a banking situation? What do you think, Thomas?
I'm not sure.
Okay, what do you think, Christian?
Can you do like AI deepfakes with people's voices?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of that, Thomas? It's basically, you can do, basically AI can clone your voice. So instead, that's scary, right? But it can be done, right? One of the things that we'll do when we, Lily, when we do that VAPI, right, is we can even clone their voice, that a bot can sound like us. So all I need to do is program, right? If I were a programmer, Kristen, what could I do? As I could then clone your voice or clone, and guess what? We wouldn't even have to meet you, right? Is your voice available online? My voice is everywhere, right? How many times, right? It'd be so easy, right? Just look up my name and look up more, see her in some place, she's presenting something, right? And then basically you could then clone it and then basically pretend to be me. So one of the things that we want to be able to see is how can we back that up, and then how can we verify? You see that, Lily? So those are kind of interesting things to see on You can say, are you using voice recognition? You can even bring that up as what happens with the cloning. I get the voice cloning, and how can you really tell that it's me? And now in terms of imaging, get my image and then put my image there. Is this really me, right? That's what I'm thinking about all the time, right? I have my bot, my avatar bot. They'll be teaching, right? I'm looking forward to it. Other people are not, but let the avatar teach for me. At least teach together. I could save my voice. Okay. Questions? So on Wednesday, we'll do more reviews. I'll present another look at another project that we'll be looking at as well. And I'll stay with other people. Daniel, how are you? Welcome. You joined with Sebastian here. You came early.
We got out a little early.
You got out a little early. He rushed. Do you see that? Our lead TA with, let me also create you as a host. So I'll make you a co-host as well with Sebastian. So Daniel, would you like, Daniel, and I'll leave it to Sebastian too, anything else that they need to know about the exams? We'll spend some time on a new assignment on Wednesday a bit. I'll just kind of go over it with you a little bit, and then we'll spend on review. Any other questions? I just made sure, Daniel, that each of the students in their folder, underneath their folder, put their name and which chapter they used. I used Group 8 as an example. I told them that they would get a point off if that wasn't done ahead of time, so this way we can see it as well. Okay, so anything, Sebastian, anything you would like to let the students know?
No, just to best way to prepare for the exam, I'd say is just do the quizzes. Do the quizzes that we did. Try to do some of the adaptive assignments and do the quiz that's already posted, and you should be fine with it.
Need to know the material, right, on the quizzes and the open-ended. Anything else, Daniel?
Oh, the study guide is live, obviously. So
yeah, the study, I would go through it first of all with the study guide, and then I would go through the PowerPoints.
Yeah, you're encouraged to use AI to define all the
Yeah,
terms and
right.
help you study.
Right. And just so you know, right, Sophia and Jasper, it is, everybody will be doing their own work. This isn't a group, even though you guys work well together in the class. This is on your own, and it also is closed book, closed notes, closed Gen AI. So this will be the human element coming up to see what you've created. So we can still have you doing something. Otherwise, you can have your avatar come to class, right? And it will learn for you. Anything else? Thomas, anything else I need to review? Was that pretty clear? And so what I suggest you do is, we'll do this. I suggest you look at that study guide, and things that are not clear, bring those up in class. And I'll go over it. Otherwise, I'll spend some time reviewing and also going over what we'll do for our next assignment. Anything else? So I need to do attendance. Sebastian or Daniel, if you want to do attendance.
I can do it. I'm just loading.
Okay, so you can do attendance. Let us know what needs to be done. If you have issues that you need to cover with me, stay with me after class and we'll cover those issues. And then I look forward to spending some time with you on Wednesday, and then we'll go over the next assignment that we have. And stay with me if you have issues about the past assignments or anything else. Did you get it? 9177. Daniel, just put up our attendance. Once you get that, You're welcome to leave the class and stay with me if you have extra. And Lily, let us know how that works out. If you have anything, feel free to reach out to us. Sounds like exciting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully it won't be too cold there.
I hope so too. I might have to buy a coat.
Yeah. Where are you from originally?
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, Fort Lauderdale. Yeah. Take scarf. Take when you think about it. Our coldest day, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Have a safe flight. Let us know. Okay. Oh, Daniel and Sebastian, can you be so kind and send out to Thomas and Andrea and our other TAs about helping you check out the lab computers? Let's do that within the next couple of days so we can give them some time. Right? We forget. Right, Sebastian, that it's going to take them time, of what doesn't have respondus on it. Okay. So let me stop recording. Let me stop recording here. Are you sure you want to stop? I've stopped. Okay. So we got everybody has in the chat, it should say the number.
Can you hold the attendance open for a little bit? I'm struggling on Safari to get it open.
It's still open.
It's still open. It should be open.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get it, Samuel? Yeah,
It's just stuck loading. So
I know. That's the problem. Worst comes to worst.
You got me present?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Okay, that's our problem. We need a business continuity plan, right?
That's right.
Backup and recovery. Today, Sebastian and Daniel are backup and recovery solutions. Okay, so what's up, Sophia and Jasper?
My question's a little longer, so I can go last.
Okay. All right. And what's Jasper? He's just there? You have a question too, Jasper, or you're just hanging out?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay. All right. So, Zach, so what is your, so how are you doing? I saw that. Okay. So listen, reach out to Sebastian.
Okay.
Sebastian, Zach has he has some medical issues, so if you can kind of like text him and see what the issues are,
Okay. And what do you need help with?
what he needs help with, right, and about deadlines and things like that.
Okay.
Okay, so Zach, Sebastian will be doing your grading, so that's why I want to coordinate with him.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Okay, and so send a text to Sebastian. Sebastian, send it to Zach as well, so you can work that out.
Yeah, Zach, do you have my number?
Yeah.
You want me to tell it to you? Yeah, I do. Or if anything, just shoot me a text and we'll go from there. Okay.
Okay, you got his number, Zach?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to him.
Okay, send and then work it out. It's just a short delay, right, Zach?
Yeah, just thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. Take care of yourself. We got to take care of each other, right? So hopefully this will work through. Okay, great. Okay, Sophia, I'm all yours. How can I help you?
Okay, so I just realized that instead of doing the adaptive assignments, I've been doing the practice the problems that are in the textbook as you read through it. I thought that was the adaptive assignment, and I realized today that it's not. And
So where have you? So how did you do it? How did you do it?
You know how there's the textbook gives you questions as you read.
Yeah. Okay. So where did you put those questions?
I just hit the answer, and I thought that was it.
You mean in reading of the text?
Yeah.
Okay. It's good that you found out now, right? Now, And what did you and did Jasper do the same thing, or you only did it? Jasper, did you do the adaptive assignments?
Yeah, but I did get a little confused at first.
Okay, but now you got it?
Yeah.
Okay,
We
so,
did it together today, and I started looking through the textbook, and he's like, "What do you mean? That's not the adaptive assignment."
okay, so let's do it now.
Okay.
So do it now before, it's a good idea. At least you can do it, even if you get some, even if it's late, it's better now than never, right? And then you have it for the next time, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
do it
thank you.
now, and when will it be done?
I can do it with them within the next like hour.
Well, not even the next hour. Let's say for the next class by Wednesday
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
for all the chapters. You know what I mean? You have to do for the 5 chapters, right?
Right. Okay, thank you for being so understanding.
Okay, but I'm just saying you'll do it. You won't get full credit, but you'll get, you know what I mean, part time, and also help you for the exam.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, good that you say it now, and it's good that you verbalize it now, and good that you check it, and that's why you want to check with each other, right? Okay, and then also help you with the exam, and then you and Jasper even can. You're welcome to study however you want. You know what I mean? But do that, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a great rest of your day.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. So what's up, guys? What do I need to do?
I made the sign-in sheets, so I'll print those and bring
I was just gonna say, so you need to leave it for, but you need to give him because he's Sebastian's gonna
I'm
need.
gonna be there at the same time. I'm just gonna be doing a class, but I'll be in the room.
Oh, okay. So you can give it to Sebastian to do.
Yeah, and I can also stay for the first 10 minutes or so.
Oh,
Because class always starts a little late.
Well, you just be there before. You know, if can you
Yeah,
come like, or do you have a class before that?
No, I get here maybe like 3:15.
Oh, perfect. So just come there and then just help some of the student. And then I forgot. Did you contact Savannah and all the others?
No, not yet. I was gonna ask if you did because I saw you contacted Ellery.
Yeah,
I'll
right.
do that today.
Okay, so if you can be so kind and contact, I thought, that's good that we check each other way in advance. Okay, I thought you did it. I thought, and I said, I never saw anything from it. But sometimes you also forget to CC me, so I said, oh, he probably did it, without.
I'll do it today.
Yeah, do it today. So contact those guys. That what we need to have. I think you even have that from last time, right? So we need 2 things. Is one, for sure we need to contact them to let them know March 3rd. They have to set it up by 3:15. The speakers and have respondents available on all the systems. So when can you guys look at at the and tell them that they need to check?
Oh yeah, I already texted them that we're gonna do Wednesday at 7:40.
7:40 at night.
And I don't think I can do that time because I work till 6 and I have 2 exams on Thursday. So
I could. I mean, there's 2 ways we could do it, I guess. I could take a picture or even just write down the names of them all and divide them, or I could just meet with some people. We don't need everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, or are you on campus all the time?
Sorry?
Sebastian, are you on campus another time where you can check some of those computers too?
Well, yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1:45 till 3:30. I have a break in between class. I can go and check them.
Okay, so maybe you can kind of work it out. You're going to do it on Wednesday, Daniel?
Yeah, so maybe Sebastian leads a group and I lead a group and we do half-half.
Yeah.
Or if anything, if I'm the only one that can get on Thursday, I'll just go in Thursday for that hour and a half. Check out the
Yeah. Check what you have and do. Give them, Daniel, some of the ones that you didn't get to.
Tuesday. I can do Tuesday as well. It's fine.
Yeah, but Tuesday is, oh, you mean tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Or maybe Wednesday and Thursday. Or maybe even Tuesday and Wednesday, so you give them time to correct it.
Yeah. I'll just Mondays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, Sebastian, what time on Tuesday?
From 1:45 to 3:30. My class is at 1:45 and my other class starts at 3:30.
So when can you be? You want to do 2? Why rush it?
Yeah, realistically from 2 to 3.
Yeah, do 2 to 3. Don't rush anything.
Okay, so I'll just tell them to also show up then. Or if they can't do the Wednesday show.
Okay, so I think Thomas already responded he can't do something.
What's
So
the
you
lab,
can,
what's the lab number of that?
204. SBA 204.
yeah. So give another one because already a number of the TAs said they can't. The TAs in training can't do it.
And the exam's March 4th, right?
It's 3rd.
March 3rd.
It's Monday. Hopefully, Sebastian, you come on the right day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow,
So
Thursday.
yeah, maybe even do it Tuesday when, and then send that out. Sebastian, send out other times that they can meet. Daniel,
You
if
just,
they
want me to, you just want me to log into the computer with an ID and check if it's one for right?
Yeah.
but check to see if Respondus is there.
Yeah. Okay. Works for me.
And then if any of them don't work, write down the name or the number of the computer. They're all like labeled, and if they aren't, you can kind of do the math on which one is which.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you know what,
Yeah,
Sebastian, I'd rather you have it Tuesday, if you can, tomorrow, and then have and say what you found wrong, and then Daniel, you go back on Wednesday, and even look at what he had. Look at and see if somebody will join you.
Okay, yeah. Tomorrow I can try to do them all. If not, I'll let you know what computer I got.
Or what computer you were left to, and which ones you had issues with, and then you can send it out to them that they need to check their computers too.
Good.
Okay, I think we're set, and then we need to finish up that exam. Well, I can talk to you later about that, Daniel.
Yeah, I moved. So the first exam, the multiple choice, is on all the sections now. It's just the short answer.
Okay, and then we'll decide together which ones we'll
Yeah.
do on that. Okay.
So we just have to pick the questions. And
Yeah, right. Okay, we can do that. Let's do that at the end of K today.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, all right. Sebastian, thanks a lot. We can see that. And then they're grading.
We'll have everything with the notebook done this week.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So they'll have it by Monday?
Probably by Saturday.
Okay, but before the exam, they'll have that.
Before the month,
Yeah.
Before the exam.
I'll probably wrap up all the grading by Friday. Up to
Yeah,
Dynamic
me too.
Voice AI. So
I'm about halfway done, so I could probably even do it by Friday, Thursday.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Just so they have it before they know that they have, and that you don't have to worry about spring break doing the exams.
Yeah, of course.
we have to get up to Dynamic Voice AI or just up to group screen recording today.
Finish group screen recording, and then we'll do the dynamics after the exam.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot. Talk to you later. I'll see you guys. And Sebastian, thanks a lot. And then we'll see each other on Wednesday and let us know. And then you can send out to Savannah today. Savannah and the whole crew. There's a whole group of theirs. I forgot.
Yeah,
Jose. There's a whole bunch of them that you sent before, Daniel.
Yeah, I know.
And put Matt in there too. Even though he may not be in charge of it, but might as well.
Okay.
That they can see that we always have problems with, the respondents, if they could let us know to check. You know what I mean? Put the burden on them, and then we, of course, I'm not going to just take that if they can make sure, because who knows if they're going to check. You know what I mean? Even though and I'm not their supervisor, right? I don't have any control of what they say, But they're pretty good. Okay, talk to you later. I think I've stopped all the recordings, right? And everybody has their plan. Let me just stop my loom. We have the loom going. Okay, so I'll see you, and thanks for stopping by. And then we have.
Right. See you soon.
See you soon. And
Bye.
Sebastian, thank you so much. Sometimes I don't have a chance to thank you. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. And hopefully these teaching assistant, maybe reach out to them in the teaching assistant training, see if somebody can join you at that time.
Yeah, I'm not.
You know what I mean? Because others said they couldn't make it at that time. See if somebody else can help you, and then they can look to see if Respondus is working. Okay? Perfect.
All right.
Talk to you later. Bye. What's up, Christopher? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So how's it going?
Good, yeah, good.
Okay. So everybody's getting on, showing the cameras, turning on the cameras, unless Navar, how are you doing? Everything okay?
Good, yeah. I really like the notebook thing. I've been like playing around with it all day.
Yeah. What'd you think? What did you like about it?
I mean, I put in some things about the planes into it, and it speaks about it so nicely.
It does,
So,
doesn't it? And then
yeah,
did you try joining in?
I did, but like whenever I put my own prompts, like the one for schoolwork, but when I put my other ones in, it doesn't let me join in. Like it won't like register it for some reason.
Well, I wouldn't let you join. It just says the
Not,
podcast. I'm saying when you play back the podcast, it
yeah,
doesn't
when I
let you
put it in
join.
practice mode, it won't speak. Like it does nothing.
I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it's in beta. Part of it's in beta. Sometimes when I did it and I could join one time, and then if I wanted to do it again, it loading it then it had a problem. But the first time it created the podcast, I could join in with the beta. Notice the joining is beta, but the beta
Oh,
is a. So when you have it, do it first, Navar. Do it first, and as soon as it finishes
yeah.
podcasting, when you play it back the first time, then try to join with the beta. In the
Okay,
middle with the beta join.
we'll do.
Because that I saw has kind of like a glitch. The second time it's hard to join again. The
Yeah.
disadvantage, Navar, I found is it doesn't record what you're joining in. The next version would be nice, is that it will then record also what you're saying. And then you could be like an extra person there. There's something called, I think it's called Lollipad. We'll look at it. It allows you to put a number of different ones plus yourself, and almost you can then almost have one that also that you can include yourself, or even one that sounds like yourself. Then you don't even know who is who, right? Is it real or is it? Another one I saw, I'll talk about it, is called, you know what an API is, Navar?
Yeah,
What's an API? What does it stand for?
I don't know what it stands for. It's like an access point type thing. But
It basically it is a API stands for Application Program Interface. So any application, any software, there's a way in which it can connect to another piece of software. Good example. When we did the Zoom recordings, right? You stream live to YouTube. Who owns Zoom? Is a separate company, right, Navar?
Right.
And what is YouTube? Is that owned by another company?
Yeah. Like
Who? Right, Google Alphabet, right? So they're not the same, but when you're within Zoom, you can get to YouTube. You don't have to get out of Zoom to do the YouTube live streaming.
Yeah.
So that's an API. Zoom allows the interface for other companies that it agrees with to use a way in which almost to make a link, hook in. What's the advantage to Zoom to do that?
Well, because then other, they can connect like other apps to it.
Mm-hmm.
People would Zoom instead of using another software to live stream.
Right. So basically, and then if you looked at it, they also allowed Facebook and Twitch to live stream, but they didn't allow LinkedIn. Right? So that's an easy one. So you can think about it. Also, so it's advantage to Zoom. What's the advantage to YouTube?
Will they get that content and like the ad revenue or whatever from the live stream?
And also, basically, not only that is that here you have Zoom users that may not use YouTube, but if it's available, they get access to those people, right?
Yeah.
So it's that kind of combination back and forth for voice API. So what I want to do for probably even on Wednesday, Navarre, is there's a program called the API. API we know is Application Program Interface. What do you think voice stands? V stands for? I just gave you the hint. Voice, right? So VAPI is voice application program interface that you can create. You remember your own chatbot. So you remember I said via voice. Remember I said 1-800-CHAT-GPT? What's that?
That's the ChatGPT, like you can call them on the phone.
Right. So I want for our next thing, you can create, they give you a phone number, and then you can program that phone number to another chatbot. You can give it the source just like Notebook LM, but people can call and say, I want to talk to Navarre's flying business. You give it all the material, so instead of like the podcast, it will then people can, rather than the link, people can call you. And then you can basically change what it's going to say. You can say, hey, I want a male, I want a female. You can even say, I want it in my voice. You can give it certain prompts that you wanted to say. You can give it source materials just like you did in Notebook LM.
Right.
So that's what I want to cover as well. You know, the end of this week and then, you know, afterwards too, after the exam. So hopefully everybody's getting their cameras. Let me just start then. We're at, time flies when you're having fun. We haven't, so let me start recording. I'm going to record to the cloud. And I'm going to record stream, live stream. Bless me. YouTube. Okay. I have this. I'm going to take an account. It is training. I'm going to go live. I think it'll work. And basically, when I go from Zoom to YouTube, right, Navarre, then that's the APR that it's created, preparing to live stream the meeting. There's a connection. Zoom has allowed YouTube to connect, and YouTube has allowed. It has to be mutual on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Right. That they both, and there's an advantage to it. And you can think that there's all the time software wants to do it because nobody can. It's still nobody owns all software, right? It's sometimes also one of the problems with having some, like the Europeans are saying, you know, some lawsuits going on. They say, hey, you're basically not allowing others to come into the marketplace as well. Okay, so hopefully we have, everyone's required to have their cameras open unless they have some issues. Let Daniel, it's like I just saw you, make you a co-host. Somehow I forgot that I was going to see you so close. I kept on thinking, just escaped my mind. Okay. And then if you can reach out, Daniel, and see what are the other issues, why we don't have other faces that are along the way. Okay, welcome folks to another lovely evening together that we'll talk about latest things with generative AI, how we can use it, in education, how we can use it in business that we're forming here. And it looks like we have full house here. So who can any volunteers for to moderate the sessions? Do I have any volunteers that you will?
Yeah.
Who is that? Who's the first one? Emerson, thank you so much, Emerson. Anyone else that wants to join Emerson?
I will.
Okay, great, Haley. Okay, so Haley and Emerson, if you can be so kind, let me know if there's something that I need to talk about, because we're having Presley, and then I have Presley, Isa, and Tyler, and Noah, and Alex that need to have their cameras open to discuss. Okay, anything that before
Presley has an excuse.
Okay, who? Whom?
Presley.
Okay, fine. Okay, and then Alex and Isa. Okay, and if there's some issues there, please contact directly Daniel and let us know. All right. So, Harlan, what do you think we should do today? Any ideas?
I don't know. Maybe recap the assignment.
Recap the assignment. What else? Anything else? Foz, what do you think we should do?
I'm not sure.
Okay, what's next week? Do you have any idea what's next week? What's on Monday? Foz.
The exam.
Yeah, the exam, right?
Yeah.
So good idea, maybe, huh? Just figure out what that's going to be, huh? If you're not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what we're going to do, Harlan. We'll go over the assignment. We'll recap the assignment. Some of you have done it. I think it's amazing how this is just evolving. Every week it's getting more features, and soon they'll be cloning all of us, right? And I won't have to come to Zoom. You won't have to come to Zoom. I'll have my avatar. Morgan, you'll have yours, and maybe we'll have a life that we don't even connect with humans anymore. Who knows? Okay, so let me share my screen. Anything else? If you have any other issues, as usual, I'll wait to the end. You can stay with me to have it. You can direct message to Daniel about any, he does the grading for this section for your parts, so if there's any issues on that. So we'll start. So let me share my screen. So Haley, you're going to be moderating the chat, and also Emerson. So let me share my screen. Share. Sharing is caring, or is it caring is sharing? One of those. I never know which one is first. You see yourselves here, and notice again, Navarre, like we said, you're in the corner right here. The question is, what is the business proposition here to have the live streaming with having the recording? We already have a recording on Zoom, so why even bother with this? Navarre, what do you think? Why even bother doing a YouTube live streaming if we're already having our my registered students from this section coming into a Zoom recording? We could do a Zoom recording. In this case, we're using an enterprise version. Only the enterprise version allows us to live stream to YouTube. The free version does not. So if you wanted to do this, Navarre, you would have to have the organization purchase the enterprise version, right, Navarre? So what would be the advantages, Navarre?
People from like outside the organization can see if you're doing like a presentation or something.
Right. And you could even at this point think about it as a business. It may be people within not only the organization that I give the link to the Zoom, because could I invite other people into our Blackboard, into our Zoom? Could I?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because it's like owned by like UM. Like
No,
UM.
but can I have, if you think about it, can I have, let me go back here. You see this is my Zoom meeting, right? This with Navarre, right? This is with Blackboard. But that Zoom meeting has a meeting ID. You see that? And if I wanted to go to any of these, right, I click on it. Here's how to join. Could I share this with anyone else?
I think so.
Yeah, I could. So I could, in my Zoom meeting, I could share, join my URL. I could give this URL, which turns out to be the same every section, right, of 972-348-447-273. I could share that. So my question becomes, what could I do in my Zoom session if I stop sharing? And my Zoom session here, I'm inviting all my registered students, but let's say we were a company, Navarre, right? And I gave a Zoom meetings, or I gave Zoom webinars. I could share that one, but I may even be able to do what? I could even charge, right? Because I get to see each participant, right? You get to ask me personally questions. You can share your screen, right? I could even get my co-vendors here that were together supporting it, and then we could say it could be our VIP specials. And then the overflow, I could say, but if you want to watch it in real time, here's the link that you can see, or you could subscribe to our channel, right, Navarre? And you could always see them when the live stream was coming. And in that part, you may even have someone to moderate, Navarre, that YouTube, just like I'm saying here, we're going to moderate what the students want. We could have someone then moderate the YouTube live stream if we had a group of people, and then they could be answering chats, and then somebody could say, on our YouTube channel, Dr. Rush, these are the questions people are having. And then you could even have like a following in that case that even say, hey, you can follow me for free, but if you want class, let's say we were even a university, if you want class credit, you can be here, and then maybe if you wanted to audit it, we could give another version, and then you could say, if you just want to listen to our lectures and see what's happening, you could do the same. Do you got that? And what I'm saying then, Navarre? So you can see kind of the business idea of promotion of why you would want to do live streaming, and then the difference in recording. I can record to the computer, I can record to the cloud, I can use my screencasting programs, right, to record. How could that be promoted as a business idea?
Well, like you said, you can sell like the courses for people to come into Zoom, ask you questions.
Right. You could do a number for education. You could do it. You could do it in terms of, it may be in goodwill, that it could be like a preview. Maybe you can see, maybe we wouldn't record all our classes. We can do like sections if you want it, or we could say, hey, if you want continuing education, we'll give you an online test. If you want to get more formal, come to certain days. We'll have testing sites throughout the world that we can get in order to get credits. So you can make it in different ones. Sometimes business people will have a section for business people where you can ask questions. So you can do a number of different ones. You can cut it into little clips. You could put them into like bots that would kind of show you what's happening there. Excellent. So I just want you to think about the business ideas of it. In terms of business, could be education, but it could be outside education as well. Okay, so let's talk about what we were seeing before. Let's talk about what's due. We're always going to what's due, and we're going to the assignment. So last assignment, let me just turn this off so I see the exact same thing you do. The assignment for today was the audit assignment was due before class, so before this 5 p.m., the dynamic voice assignment individual, the readings for information securities, and the quizzes. And then on March 3rd, remember, we have an exam. It's in person. Hopefully those that have been under the weather, you'll heal by that time, so we don't have any infections here with each other, and it will be in the School of Business, and it will be March 3rd. So it says right here, the review, the exam one, I've given you a review guide, and you want to thank Daniel for putting this together under the PowerPoints and exam one review guide. So if I go to PowerPoints and documents, I see the review guide. So the exam will take place in the School of Business in room 240 on Monday, March 3rd. The exam, of course, will cover Chapter 1, TG1, TG2, Chapter 5 and 4. I suggest you come on time. The exam, come 10 minutes early. The exam will take the entire class period. If you finish early, you can leave, but you need to check out appropriately. And you remember we talked about Harlan, we talked about backup and recovery, we talked about authentication. And what's authentication? Haley, what's authentication? What does authentication mean? And when we say we always have what? We have open book, open note, open everything, right?
Yeah.
So we want to look up.
Google it really quick.
Right. So we want to make sure, because we're going to need it for the exam anyways. But Harlan, did you hear what question I was asking?
Yeah, is it like verifying who you are?
Verifying who you are, authentication. So in order for me in the exam, Harlan, right, I need to see Harlan Ezra. I want to make sure, you bring a pictured ID, so I verified that that is who you are taking the exam. And one of the things that we will do is we're going to be taking the exam on the university's computer in the lab, Haley. So what could possibly go wrong? I want to do business continuity. Is there a possibility something could go wrong if we use the university's computers?
The Wi-Fi could go out.
Wi-Fi could go out. What else could be a problem? Do you think they're completely reliable, all those computers? Could possibly one of those computers be down?
Yeah, so we should bring our laptop?
Yes, Haley, right? So I say to myself, I don't want to get stuck, right? That Haley, you're on that one computer, that one freaking computer that it went down. So I said, well, Haley, tough luck, 0. There ain't no more computers that we can use, right? And you say, hey, Dr. Rush, you should have expected to do... You're the maven on computer security, right? That you should have had some backup and recovery purposes. So yes, Haley, everyone in the class is responsible to bring your laptop. Plus, on your laptop, you have to have Respondus as on your computer. So exam 1, you're on a roll, Haley. So exam 1's going to be in the School of Business in room 204. If you don't know where it is, Haley, what I suggest you do is this week you find it. So you're not roaming around for, I'm 20 minutes late because I couldn't find it, right? So you want to do backup and recovery, make sure that you know where it is, right? The exam is going to be in person. The exam, as I said, you want to bring a pictured ID, so you have basically, I can then authenticate you that you are who you say you are. And you'll bring your laptop. You have Respondus software on your laptop, just in case that the computers do not work in the lab, right? And it has happened, very rarely, but luckily sometimes we have extra computers, sometimes we don't. Sometimes in this class not everybody shows up, right? And then all of a sudden, Haley, we see a bunch of people and you say, Haley, I've never seen them in the class. Well, they're just showing up for the exam. Okay? And this is coming up with, I must give credit to Daniel. Daniel said, hey, why don't they use also one of their sources to study? You can use Notebook LM if you want. I allow you to study any way, Haley, that you'd like. But do we say this is closed book here anywhere? Daniel. Closed book, no notes. Did we? If we didn't, let's put it in. What do you think? It's up to you. But anyways, you know it's going to be closed notes, closed book. That's it. So there's going to be two parts to the exam. One will be like the quizzes that you take in the adaptive assignments. It's like the quizzes that you created in Notebook LM. It's like the quizzes that you took in the quiz sections for Wiley and the others. So there'll be around 60 questions, and then there'll be open-ended questions. There'll be two parts. You can choose which part you want to do first. In the past, I used to tell people do the multiple choice first and then do the open-ended, but some students say, I have all this information in my mind, I want to do the open-ended first, then I want to do multiple choice. Why should I disagree with that? You got that, Harlan? So you can choose which one you want to do first, but, Harlan, the important thing is once you start one, you can't go to the other one and then come back and forth. So decide in your mind already what you want to do first once you study, and then if you want to go to open-ended, you finish all your open-ended questions, you submit it, and then you go on to the multiple choice, or vice versa. You do all the multiple choice. You'll be able to go back and forth in the multiple choice, but you cannot just say, oh, I'll do 20 questions in the multiple choice and then do the open-end and come back. You cannot do that. So order's up to you. There are two separate tests on Blackboard, and you will get two separate grades. These are the multiple choice and true false concepts. These are most of them. You can think that we're going to cover basically through the book of hardware, CPU, the central processing unit, the characteristics, what is input, what is output, show examples, what is primary storage, what is secondary storage, the arithmetic logic unit, the control, the difference between RAM versus ROM, random access memory versus read-only memory, what is volatile, what is non-volatile, what are registers, what's the difference between a client versus a server, and we'll discuss, of course, that we went over software, and software we have an operating system versus application software. What are the differences? You remember we talked about software licensing, privacy, open source. Remember we talked about that proprietary software source. Know the difference between what is data, what is information, what is knowledge, what is the infrastructure, what are components to the infrastructure, who are the personnel. Remember we had the director of security, he was one of our personnel folks, services, real time. The trend, of course, is doing more and more real time, doing decisions, making it quicker, start doing predictions, forecasting. We discussed security. We have the security officer here. So we need to know what is an exposure, what is a threat, what are vulnerabilities, social engineering. When we're on the internet, what is a secure locket layer, what is a software, denial of service, what else? Distributed denial of service, the Trojan horse, the backdoor, logic bombs, credential, VPNs, memory, spyware. Remember we talked about the different attacks, intentional attacks versus unintentional. We talk about the idea of security being there's risk. So what do we have to do? We have to analyze the risk. I know I always have risk, but I have to analyze it. What are my cost benefits? How do I mitigate the risk? Data governance, we talked about it. The goals of the data, the different types of controls. Since I have to mitigate it, I have to do some countermeasures. So I can do physical controls, communication controls, access controls, administrative controls. The data hierarchy, where I have the smallest one of zeros and ones is my bit, my byte of characters, my field, my records, my files, my tables, my keys in the table. Remember we talked about what is a primary key versus a secondary key, what's the purpose of it, what does least privilege mean, what is big data, what's the difference between a data warehouse versus a data mart, non-volatile versus volatile storage. Remember we talked about RAM and primary and secondary, data dictionary, hypertext transfer protocol. When I'm on the internet, my data gets transferred via text. In this case, it is then the S being secure, so it's encrypted, big data, my transactions, transaction systems, and encryption. And then the second part, if I think about the second part, Navarre, is open-ended. So this is up to 3 questions here, and these are the 3 questions. I've given you 7 questions here. One is list and describe 3 user-led practices that can improve digital security, and explain how each practice helps secure digital information using content from your text, lectures, or guest lectures. The second one was when we did as an assignment, compare and contrast local recording with cloud recording. So basically, what's the difference of local recording versus the cloud? Even in your screen recorders, a lot of times you either had cloud recording or local recording. Discuss the benefits of YouTube live streaming and Zoom's remote control features. In what situations you would choose one option over the other. How can these tools support business promotion? Here is basically also on Zoom, a cloud-based screen recorder. A screen recorder that saves to your computer, a combination. Use examples from your assignment to illustrate how you would choose between these full tools, what factors would influence it. Here's on database, define a field, a record, a table. In designing a university database, which data fields are essential, which field should function as the primary key, explain why the primary key is important. Then we talked about data governance, explain how it should be implemented in a university setting. Here's the differentiation. See that's Haley between authentication and authorization. Which of these processes always perform first? To illustrate its importance, provide specific examples of how least privilege, authentication, and authorization were applied in class. Compare and contrast risk management and risk analysis. Give examples and explain Navarre. You see that how Notebook LL was useful when studying for this exam. Recommend any fine-tuning for the features and explore potential benefits for business outside educational usage. You see that, Navarre?
Yeah.
So it's really no, I think on the open-ended, nothing that you haven't seen before, right? Yes, no?
Yeah.
And that's it on that end. Questions? Any questions? Emerson, any questions in the chat or yourself? Emerson, you have any questions about the exam?
No, we're all good.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad that you're always positive. That's what I like, Emerson, that we're all good and we're doing that. Okay, second part is what Harlan said that we needed to. Harlan, I always lose you. You see that when you look at the screen, I always just see your visor. That's the only thing, right? Besides, oh, it's not your visor, it's your hoodie. I just see the top of your hoodie. Okay, so we got that part. So next I want to share then with you, make sure that everybody at least has that assignment done. That assignment was due today on Notebook LM, so let's go to it. So if I'll just do this. So let's go, everybody go to the audit area. I'll go to courses. I'll go to my J, audit, assignment groups. And if I go to my group 0, you see under dynamic voice AI assignment, it should be a folder. And underneath the folder, it should have everybody's name in the group plus what chapter you are assigned to. Just like in your screen recording, you should have each person in your group and what screen recorder they use. The same thing should be dynamic voice assignment. So if you think about that, Haley, if you think about that, does your group have all listed, all the names of everybody under your dynamic voice assignments? If it doesn't, do that now. Do you understand? Navarre.
Yeah, I can see. So, like, you mean like, oh, I see. Okay.
I see. A song like that, I see. Okay, so it's the same thing. So what? So in this case, under group 1, then it should see that Jared, you weren't the only one, right? Or were you the only one that did any work here? So where there was Tess and others. So do that now. Everybody here, Harlan, is your group done already? In this part, does everybody have what they have? Do it right now. Why should you lose points on it? Haley, you want to lose points on something so stupid like that? I wouldn't bother. So do it now. That's what we said in terms of the group here. So it should be then, if I'm looking at that, I should then be able to see in each group. So if I go to group 3 where it's Sabrina, Mark, Faz, and Harlan, right, I should see the same thing. So I have it in this case of TG1, TG2, 4, and 5. Okay? So you can see that. And on the dynamic then, it should be everybody's name there. So you can see here that Sabrina, this is her Zoom recording. This is her notebook. This is her Zoom AI companion, which is nice. Here, reflections, improvements. And the only other thing here, I would, in this case, just to make it easy to see Sabrina, I would then also put, this case, maybe put some spaces here so you can read it well because when you look at it, it's a little bit different. I would put a space in between each of those, and then you have here the answers.
I tried to do that for some reason. I had to keep playing around with it.
Okay, so at least you have it. It's not a big deal. Okay, so you'll have that, and it should be then shouldn't be a reason why I don't have that for the old group. And Sophia, are you the only one in your group? Sophia. And Jose. So I guess there are only 2 people that actually did the assignment. It's their problem. Okay. And they're not there. So if you want credit for it, you want full credit, you have to do this. You should have done it before the time that was spent. Okay? Otherwise, you'll get points off. Okay, the other thing, so we have on here, you have the audit assignments. You have the PowerPoints. You know that you have the PowerPoint, the exam review. And at this point, under Wiley, the quizzes you should have done already. So these should have been done. Wiley, reading and adaptive, you get graded for that as well. If you haven't done it, you'll get points off. But in this case, for instance, if I think about information security, you can think about information security. What is it? You need to know the difference between what are unintentional threats to an information system and what are deliberate threats to information. Sometimes you click on a link and it was unintentional. Sometimes you give a password to someone that you didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. You remember when we had the lecture from the head of security? He said sometimes somebody asked to see your phone for a minute, didn't think anything was it. You unintentionally want to be a nice person. You don't want to, I just need to look at your phone a minute. I just need to make a phone call. My my battery is dead. And in a moment they take out information. Deliberate is when you have bad actors, right? Bad actors causing this. You need to know then the differences between deliberate versus unintentional. What organizations are doing to protect information resources, because I know that I'm always at risk. I know what the case is I'm always, let me just go back here. I know that at this let me just go through this. Sometimes if it's not working correctly, what I like to do is I like to go to Wiley Reading and I'll go to Wiley Plus Resources. If I'm having problems, go to Wiley Plus Resources at the top, and then I can go to Security. And then I can look at my deliberate threats and what organizations are doing to protect myself. So in this case, this is the idea. Mitigation means what, Navar? When it says risk mitigation, what does mitigation mean?
Like try to deter, like
Deter, amazing lesson. I want to mitigate, right? When you talk about it, I'm going to have risk, right? You go out of your house, right, and you have a car. You want to mitigate what? That somebody doesn't steal your car. So after you park, you do what? You lock the door, right? You want to mitigate that when possibly somebody can run into you when you're on the highway. What do you do to mitigate it? You take out insurance, right? It's also, in this case, it's required by law. But some people, do you think some people in Miami are driving without insurance? Yeah, too many, right? And too many in this case. And if they're driving without insurance, they probably have a record that they couldn't even get insurance, right? So it's doing it. So it's the same thing with locking my house, right? That I can think about it. So in this case, the threats, I got many threats that are going to happen. As soon as I get onto the internet, I'm already really at threat. So what you need to do is you have to do a cost-benefit analysis, just like you do for a house. If you have Navarra $5 million house and I have a $50,000 house, we're going to do a cost-benefit analysis if somebody's going to be doing anything. So you can think about it. When I think about risk, is you need to know a risk is the probability that a threat will impact an information resource. Think about it, Harlan. My PowerPoints. There may be a threat, but basically, I really don't care if somebody basically steals my PowerPoints. Does it have effect on you? Does it have effect on me? No. So I'm not going to go out of my way to protect my PowerPoints. But in that case, if we're at the, if you have, I as a university, Harlan, have your credit card information with your special code, right? I have an obligation to protect that. So you think about, they call it enterprise risk management. I have to figure out what is an enterprise. Everybody in the class needs to know for the test, Emerson, what an enterprise is, because we're going to be using it all the time. So what's an enterprise, Emerson? Is the university an enterprise? Yes. So what is it? Is it that, are you an enterprise?
No.
No. So basically, enterprise, we can think about it as what? A large organization,
Yeah, that has
different
uh,
departments, different roles of a number of
right.
employees, right? We have a number of different customers. We can think about almost as the student as being the customers. And basically, there's some kind of framework that says, hey, we need risk management. Emerson, were you there when we had the director of resource, our CISO, our chief information security officer? Were you in class that time?
Yeah, I was in class, but I was sick. So, I mean, I was paying attention, but
Yeah, you weren't all there. Okay. But basically what he said is, if they get hacked and we get, you know what ransomware is, Emerson? What's ransomware? If somebody comes in and takes
yeah,
over our computers.
right. So it's the money that the hackers basically will request in order to give us back the system.
Give us back the system, right? And I said, well, how about, what do you do if we're talking about the hospital? We have a hospital that the university basically is in charge of. Let's say you got injured and you had to have surgery tomorrow. What would happen if that whole hospital system was down?
Yeah, there would be no surgery.
There'd be no surgery. And think about, okay, you broke your leg. Okay, I'll go an extra day without doing it. But let's say somebody in your family had a heart attack, right? God forbid, right? You wouldn't, life saving, right? You wouldn't say, oh, go to another hospital. What do you mean? Or we're not sure, Emerson, is it your left leg or your right leg? We're not sure what we're supposed to do, right? It's essential. It really is life and death. Those are the things that we think about. So they have another company that's going to deal with their risk management. Well, who was that? They have insurance. They have an insurance company that says, and when I said, you guys have Bitcoin? What happens? They pay off these ransomware, especially hospitals. A lot of times they used to charge $50,000. We'll give you back your system for $50,000. Well, guess what? How much do you think the university charges for just one surgery? It's probably that amount, right? So if I had 50 surgeries the next day or 100 surgeries, it would be almost, the risk analysis would be worth it for me to pay that $50K. But I asked, as a university, how do you think those hackers want money? And what type of currency? Crypto, right? So I asked him, and he says they take care of it. They don't want to discuss it, but the insurance company probably has some Bitcoin accounts ready to make it. So these are the guidelines to differentiate. That's important to think about it. So this is the key that you need to know. What is risk mitigation, and what does mitigation mean, Emerson? Reducing. So how do I do it? I have to implement what we call controls to prevent some kind of threats from occurring. We're going to go to a lab next Monday. What do I expect? One of the controls is I don't want them to steal all those computers before Monday and we come in there and I don't have a computer to use to test you. So what do I expect the university to do is have what kind of controls to prevent that from occurring? You're on a roll, Emerson.
So can you repeat that last bit?
Yeah. I'm going to the lab on Monday.
Right.
Hopefully you'll be with me on Monday. And you're going to be taking and let's say there's 50 computers in that lab. And let's say I have 40 students. I have enough computers there that everybody can grab a computer and take the exam. You with me?
Right.
But guess what? Let's say somebody comes in and wants to steal those computers. I'm up a creek, right? Because I can't give the exams, right? So I'm asking you, so the university knows that those computers, no matter how old they are, have some value to it. So what controls would the university implement to prevent that threat from happening? Tell me what the problem is, Emerson.
Well, the problem is that we don't have enough computers.
We do. We have 50 computers in the lab. And I don't want those computers to be stolen, right? I want them to be there on Monday. So I'm asking you, the university owns those computers. I don't own those computers. You don't own those computers. It's up to the university to do what? Implement a control to prevent those computers from being stolen. Can they be 100%? No. But they can do some kind of control. What kind of control would they use? You know the answer. It's such a simple question. You're thinking it's more complicated than it is. You have valuables in your room. You live on campus or off campus?
On campus. I mean, like a lock, right? Like lock.
Yeah, lock it door. Don't you? You don't want to just leave your door open. Them to steal your laptop. I mean, you know that. So these are when they say risk mitigation has two functions: implementing controls to prevent, identify threats from occurring. Develop a means of recovery if the threat becomes a reality. What happens if those computers are stolen? Maybe they can give me another lab. So when I come, they say, Dr. Rush, you know, at noon, by the way, those computers are stolen. You can use another lab. Or tell your students to bring their own laptops. Or tell your students you can go to the library and we'll give you a section of the library where they have computers. One, there's 3 common risk mitigation strategy. What does mitigation strategy mean? You told me, Navar. What does it mean?
You try to
Reduce. One is risk acceptance. That means I'm going to accept the risk. Put a note there, Emerson. What does risk acceptance mean? I'm going to accept the risk, and I'm going to continue operating with no controls. And I'll absorb any damages. So they may say, if we got really old, I have my PowerPoints, Emerson. I'm going to accept the risk that somebody's going to steal those PowerPoints. So I say, you know what? They're not worth anything much, Emerson. I'm not going to put any controls on those PowerPoints. And I'll absorb the damage. Or maybe, you know what? I have such a junky car, nobody's going to steal it. And if I do, you know how much that car is worth? Let's say that car, I could sell it for $500. I'm not going to have as much. I'm not going to put any controls on that. You understand? Versus Emerson, you got a fancy car, right? You're going to put more controls, right, than I would. Risk transference means what? In this case, Haley, what does risk transference mean?
It means to transfer the risk by using other means to compensate.
So what does it mean in your own words? Give me one word right here. I'm transferring the risk to what? I'm transferring the risk to what? Insurance. Do you have insurance on a car? Yes, you're transferring the risk. See? That's transferring risk. You're not going to, when somebody bumps into you or somebody on I-95, 2 o'clock in the morning, runs into you, you say, hey, contact my insurance company. And risk limitation, if I look at that, it's a risk that it's basically going to say, I'm going to limit the risk by implementing, I'm going to minimize that contact. So these are what we call all the time controls. These are the ideas, what they're going to do when they talk about controls. And in controls then, what I have in security controls is I have basically 3 types of controls in security. And what are they for? They're used to protect my information resources. So just like you protect your other assets, these are implementing controls, basically ways, what you call countermeasures, to protect it. what does it include? It's going to be software, hardware. I'm going to use all those security businesses. Were you here, Haley, when we had the security officer?
Yeah, I was. It was really interesting.
Yeah. So what did he say? I was complaining, why do we need duo mobile? Right? Why do I have to do that? And he said, what? All those bad actors want to get into our network and get into your computer and steal your data. So what did they try to do? They're trying to give ways in which to give access only to what? To people that I have authority to. I'm going to basically authenticate Haley that you are Haley, and I'm also going to basically gain basically that you're who you are and give you authorization. Remember, there's roles. You have a different role in which? In the regular audit area, you have a different role than in the regular class that you signed up for. This is the key here of access controls. Now, in order to get into the door, Emerson, you'll see in order to get into the lab and into the classrooms, have you seen that you need your card ID a lot of times to get into different rooms on campus? Why are they doing that? They don't want just people roaming around stealing stuff on campus. They don't want, I saw that thing. There was somebody in Shalala, some young woman, 11 o'clock, she's being studious, and some guy starts messing with her. Did you see that one? It's just like crazy. So they just want people that at least I feel safe on campus. What do they try to do? They try to do some different ones, physical controls, authenticate who's there. But, part of it is it's an open campus. Universities are different. They don't want to just, Emerson, you have some friends and they're from another university. You want to be able to invite them. You want to be able to invite, family, friends. So I don't want to be locked down. I'm not in a prison. You know what I mean? I wanted to be free here and have some fun. So there's always the balance of who I want to let in, who I don't, And so the idea is you can think about access control. As soon as I get into the internet, I have issues. As soon as basically all those guys are trying to attack the university's network, there's a way in which we have denial of service protection. There's a way we don't want them to intrude. There's a way in which they want to put bad software in there to cause problems. It's called denial of service protection, intrusion detection. These are communication controls. What does communication controls mean? That through the internet, I just don't want anybody just trying to hack through. So these are the ideas that are important. And then we talk about business continuity. What is business continuity? That possibly we have problems that the university cannot function as normal. Is there a possibility, Emerson, there could be a hurricane? Is there a possibility there could be floods? Is there a possibility there could be a fire? Whatever it is, every organization needs to have a business continuity plan to say, how am I going to protect? And not only protect, Emerson, how am I going to recover? So the perfect example is when you come to the test, and let's say all those computers are basically broken or they were stolen. I have a business continuity plan. What is my business continuity plan for the test? Emerson. Let's say Monday we come to the lab is still in gear, we're there, and they tell me, Dr. Rush, all the computers have been stolen, sorry. But I have a business continuity plan. What is it?
Use our personal computer.
Exactly. Do I tell you to everybody has to bring their laptop? Yes. Do I tell you have to have respondents on it? Yes. Hopefully we'll have internet access, so in that case, I have a business continuity plan. You got it? I have to plan in advance, Haley, that something's not going to work. I have to do my due diligence, right? God forbid, the university is on fire, where, you know what I mean? They say, can't come on campus, blah, blah, blah. So we'll find another way to do it at another time. So these are issues in which you need to do of the access. You need to know then, Haley, what do we mean to authenticate someone? Is an organization can use something the user is, something the user has, something the user does. This is what he was talking about, known as biometrics. And a lot of times it's going to be my fingerprint, my palm print, my retinal, my iris. Voice recognition, we talked about in the beginning class. Voice recognition, I could possibly clone my. Now AI can clone yourself. That's the problem. Okay. Any questions? So what I want to do on Wednesday is go more over a review. Haley, what do you think? And you do a review of those sheets that I gave you. If you have any questions and you're not sure of, I expect that everybody answer it. And if you don't have questions, I'll propose questions that I think that are a little bit difficult, and then I'll talk about our next assignment as well. Okay? Anything else, Daniel, that I need to cover? Anything? Somehow, Daniel, we don't hear you. But that's okay. Daniel, you want to put in the chat the attendance? So Daniel put in the chat the attendance. Once you get the attendance code, you can take attendance, and then you're welcome to go off on your own. If you need to talk to me about anything, I'm here to answer any of your questions, deal with any of your issues. There's always issues everybody sometimes comes across, and I'm here for it. So it's 7201 is the attendance code. Thank you, Daniel, so much. Thank you for being our lead TA. He's been invaluable. I think he's also helped a number of you, right? So I always appreciate it. And thanks, Haley and Emerson, for taking the role. I put you on the spot today, Emerson, but you managed.
Excuse me, what was the code again? Sorry.
It's in the chat. Did you see it?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
I think my mic's working now.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what happened.
I know. Who knows? It's not new for us, huh? A day without an issue is a day that we haven't used technology. That's what I say. So Tessa, are you there? And Caitlin? Are they kind of sometimes... What? Yeah, are they Tessa, are you there? Okay. So let me, did I stop recording? Let me stop recording. Did I stop everything? Did I stop the record? All recording. Okay. So I guess I'll see you on, how many times did you put 7201?
I was spamming just so they notice it.
Right. Okay. Anyways, so I'll see you after K. We'll talk about a couple of things that we need to still do.
I sent the rubrics over for the screencasting, and then I updated the review guide to include that it's closed book, close everything.
You think? I think that's.
It's kind of, yeah, whatever.
I just, you know what? By the way, I'm not recording. Logan sent an email to me today saying, Mrs. Rushinick, Mrs. Rushinick, have you come up with, I haven't heard about the grave. And, you know, I don't even want to answer him. I don't even know.
I don't think there's a point to that.
What?
I don't think you should.
I'm not, you know what I mean? Yeah, have you done, you know what I mean? Okay.
else is good though.
Yeah, good. Okay, so and I saw that you sent to Savannah.
Yeah.
Did you?
I think was it
What?
Raphael? Raphael doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, he doesn't. See,
No.
okay. Who knows?
Either way,
E-
all the other people will have it.
Okay, so she'll send it, and you know what I'll probably do? Maybe tomorrow or on Thursday. I'll call her too, just to.
Yeah.
I think that personal thing is just to get her going and just to make sure that they're checking the responders. Because if Raphael is not there, who knows if it'll not get.
Yeah.
Because he I don't know who's replacing him, but supposedly, but she's there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you sent out something on a Duo was not working or something was not working. I forgot what was not. What?
Savannah's still there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll see each other after 6:30.
Perfect.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So, Caitlin, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. So I tried when I like made my recording and stuff. I recorded everything, including the like the podcast from AI, but you can't really hear it in the
Why?
and
Did you turn on your audio? Did you record
yeah,
it with? Did you do 2 recordings or you did 1 recording? Just with Zoom or with your screen recorder?
I did it with Zoom, and then I did the audio on Zoom. Like I shared my audio.
You shared your audio and it didn't come up? Did you try to do a screen recording on top of it?
I did like the double where you screen record and the audio record on Zoom.
Okay, but did you remember you had a Zoom recorder? Not a Zoom recorder, you had a screen recorder that we used for another homework assignment.
Oh, I did the Zoom recorder because last time I did Zoom and the screen recorder, you also couldn't hear it. So I just did Zoom this time.
What do you think it is?
But I have no idea, but I tried to re-record it, and then like the whole, like the notebook LM app, like the website wouldn't even like play the audio. So
they have a problem with that. Once they do the podcast, it's really difficult for them to do it.
Yeah.
So put a note there, but you can
Okay.
put a note and then put it to and let you have Daniel's email, right? Or send him a note.
Okay.
Send him a note and tell him you talked to me and tell him what you did, that you tried all these things, and but you got to hear the podcast, right?
Yeah.
But can you share the podcast? You have a link.
I went to the assignment, like the groups tab, and I went to put it in our folder, and then it also wouldn't let me. You know, you click like to add something to the folder on Blackboard.
You said you didn't have it, so share your screen.
Okay, hold on.
Because that because you really can share your. Okay. So where are you? Go to the audit area.
Hold on. How do I put this up?
Okay, I see launch meeting. So make another tab. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you're in the audit area? You're not in the audit area. Are you?
Well, I'm in
okay. Okay. So go group 3. Okay. And then go to there. Yeah. And now build content.
It like does this. Like it doesn't drop down or anything.
So let's do this. Let's go to users and groups. You see on the left-hand pane?
This one?
Yeah, all the way down it says users and groups. Click on it.
I am. It's also not going.
Okay. So it looks like, so Riley, let's do this. So it looks like, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay, so Riley, stop sharing, Caitlin. Riley, do me a favor and share your audit area.
On the other Blackboard?
Yeah. Go in the Blackboard, share your screen. Share your screen and then open a tab for audit. Because it looks like maybe somehow that got corrupted for Caitlin. And we don't know what the answer is. That's the beauty, right? Caitlin, did you document it? And we find it. And if not, if we can't figure it out, okay. Are you in the audit? Yeah. Okay, now go to users and groups. See that on the bottom there? All the way down.
Oh.
And now go to users. Okay, now look, we're going to try to look for Caitlin Smith. Let's look.
With a C?
What?
With a C?
Yeah, but last name Smith. So it's in alphabetical order by last name. Just go down. Just keep on going down. We'll find her. Go to the next page. Show all. Just go all the way down. Yeah, go to the next page. Smith. Okay. I think you missed her. Yeah, you're teaching assistant. Yeah, now do me a favor. Go to the assignments and groups. Kate, Riley. Go back to assignment groups. Okay, which one is your group, Caitlin? Riley.
I'm oh.
I'm group 4.
Okay, go to group 4. Go to your. Why do we have Zoom group? Okay, Zoom group assignment. Okay, fine. Why do we have all that in the Zoom group assignment? Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then do you have your voice?
The one that was due on
Today.
last week?
Yeah,
Or
today.
Yeah.
Go into it. Okay. Where's yours, Riley? Okay. Now at this time, go all the way up. Just go up. And now go to build content. Yeah, highlight build content. Somehow you don't have. Did you highlight it? Now do me a favor. Go to assignment groups. And then Caitlin, what group are you?
I'm group 3.
Go to group 3. So who do you have in your group? You have Lily, Frank, Jose, and Caitlin. Okay, click on it. Now go into dynamic. Now go to build content, highlight build content. Yeah.
I can try like different servers.
Yeah, try different browser.
Okay.
What browser are you using, Riley, right now?
Chrome.
Chrome. Try Chrome.
Okay.
Because it's working. You know what I mean? So what did we do? We checked your role and your teaching assistant, right? We checked somebody else going to theirs, right, Riley? That's a beauty, right? And we also checked that they can go in.
Okay, I think I got it.
What did you do? Change browsers?
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work on Chrome, and then others it doesn't work on Safari.
Okay. So you know, kind of, you go step by step. We take deep breaths. 4, let it out, and then we document, and then we try to find a solution, right? And a smile is good, isn't that? Don't you feel better that a smile is good at it, and then you do it? So at least you're able to upload what you have, right? So I didn't know what it is. So we first say, hey, maybe but for some reason, and we don't want to waste time, you know what I mean, contacting somebody else in Blackboard. And if we were not able to do it, we go to the next level, right? And we say, but the first thing is we document and we see what the problem is. Yeah, there's quirks, and also kind of that join in Blackboard has some, it's in beta, so it has some issues. Everything has issues, right? But we document and we'll see. And you know that the next version will get better. And that's the excitement in this class, too, is that it's the curiosity that we're building, we're learning. And we know that a lot of times it's not working, but that's the nature of the art. Had everything worked, then everybody would know it, and then you wouldn't even have any advantage. Right? So that's the key there, you know. But that's what we're. But you know that you do it on time. You have enough time to perfect it, you know. So Riley, share your screen for a second, again.
The Blackboard.
The Blackboard audit area. Isn't that neat? We already have so many. I don't even think, Caitlin, you didn't know any of this before, right? This is all new to you, right? And look at it, and you're able to articulate what are the issues. Okay, now go to the assignment groups. And then go to group 0. Okay, do you see down on the bottom there, Riley? It says Dynamic Voice AI Assignment. It has Daniel. Don't go into it. Just see how it says Daniel Flores, Chapter 1. And before that, in screen recording, it says John and Sebastian. What everybody's folder should look like is Dynamic Voice Assignment. You should have your names underneath it. and what chapter you took. So you can just do that now, Riley, right? Go to your folder and put everybody's name, first name, last name, and which chapter they did. So as soon as we see it, it'll look like that one. Why get points counted off, right? Let me record to the cloud. Let me go to YouTube. Are you sure you want oh, cancel, I am recording. Am I in YouTube? So, recording and, let's see here. Let me live stream to YouTube. Let me choose an account. Let me go to my account. Let me go live. And Caitlin, what's an API? You remember? The letter A, the letter P, the letter I. And if we don't know it, what do?
Ask.
We look it up, right? So this is working. Okay. So what's API? Greta, what's an API?
Application programming interface.
An application programming interface. So now we know what, there's so many acronyms in technology, right? We're inundated in it. And first of all, we need to know the meaning of the acronym. And second of all, what's the most important is what, Greta, is why use it? Why even know it, right? Just to say, oh, Greta, you're going to impress somebody by saying, I know what the meaning, I know what API stands for, Application Programming Interface. We need to know an application programming interface. What does it stand for, and what does it mean, and what else? Who cares, and how is this going to help businesses? Right, Greta? That's the key. So I think about, we're in what application right now, Caitlin? Caitlin, what application am I in right now?
Oh, Zoom.
I'm in Zoom. Zoom is a what? Is an application software program. You remember we talked about software, we talked about operating systems, we talked about application software, and I'm right now in an application software is Zoom. Now when I stream, on the very top it says I was in YouTube, right? So if I share my screen, right, and I bring up Chrome, what do I see right here? Caitlin?
You see the YouTube.
I see YouTube Live. This is not what I want. I see YouTube Live, right? I see YouTube Live right here, right? That was happening, right? That was in my screen. Let me just copy this. And let me copy it to my notepad, right? But what did I do? I went to, you can see this, I went to YouTube live streaming. How did I get there? Within Zoom, right? Within Zoom, I can share, I can stream live to YouTube. I could stream, even if I go through my three dots, what did it say? I could do live stream, and YouTube allows me to live stream to YouTube, live stream to Facebook, live stream to Twitch. Based on that, I have an enterprise version of Zoom that is a paid version of Zoom that the university has purchased with a number of users to use Zoom. So it's not Zoom that you can get for free. Have you ever known, Caitlin, you can get Zoom for free, but you do not get the added features of streaming live to YouTube. But what I want us to do is see how businesses could use this, how education could use this. So I'm taking advantage, since we are authorized users of Zoom, based on our affiliation with the university, my affiliation, and granted, they're also giving students the same affiliation. They're not giving me any more services than they're giving you. Isn't that great, Caitlin, that you can then do that? Zoom is one product, an application software product. YouTube is another application software product. Are they the same company, Caitlin?
Zoom and YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Right. And who owns YouTube? Who owns YouTube? Raise your hand if you know. Who owns YouTube?
Google?
Google, or Alphabet right now they're called, but we know them as Google, right? So where does API fit in, Greta? So where can you say then, I am a user of Zoom, I'm using, Greta, right? I'm using their enterprise version that allows me to stream to YouTube. Where does the API fit in? Luke, did you understand my question? What's my question?
How does the Zoom API fit in?
How I have Zoom. Can I stream to YouTube via the enterprise version?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where does the API fit in that connection? That's my question. Did you understand my question, Quinn?
Yeah.
What? Repeat my question. Maybe in your own words.
Like how API kind of allows YouTube and Zoom to interact.
Exactly. So basically, Zoom has to give permission to YouTube to make that like link, make that connection. YouTube needs to want to have that connection. But it's YouTube connecting to Zoom that makes it. What's the advantage, Quinn, for YouTube, for Zoom, to give them an API?
Well, Zoom can get their platform out on YouTube.
Right. And you don't. Do you have to leave? Do you have to leave Zoom in order to get YouTube to stream live? Is that an advantage? Yes. Yeah. Does it save time for the end user? Did it save time for you, Cam, that you didn't have to go? You could go straight there and still be in Zoom. What advantage is it to YouTube? Quinn.
Well, they're getting more users.
Exactly. Isn't that the name of the game? Getting more users, and even if they don't, we're paying for, and that's why Zoom is. If I wanted a free version of Zoom, could I do that? No. So so basically they have to differentiate themselves as a business model. Quinn, what's your major again? Remind me.
Business undecided.
Undecided, but you think about business, right? We need to be profitable, right? So one of the things that Zoom figures is I have to differentiate to the university or to any corporation why I'm going to charge those corporations versus I give a free version. There's a reason they want to give free versions, not from the goodness out of their heart. It's basically they want everybody to be familiar with Zoom. And then when they're in a corporation, basically when they say, hey, this class is on Zoom, you know how to log on, right? And then we went into further detail, and they said, if we're going to charge the university, and look at this. You see this? You see right in the corner here in my YouTube, if I go in the corner, there was a little powered by Zoom. There was a little basically you here in the corner, right? You see this? You see this, Quinn?
Yeah,
What is that?
it's just our logo.
Our logo. So basically the university said, hey, we can brand it by putting the logo. Did you put that logo on? I didn't put that logo on. By us using already their Zoom, they say, hey, let's brand it. I don't have control. Since I'm not the administrator, I don't have control over what brand it is. But if we were a corporation, Quinn, and we decided to be a company and we bought the software, we could put our brand right there. But for our purposes, it's good enough because we are part of this organization, right? So I think that's good. But if we wanted to do another one, we could basically do that. Everybody with me so far? So this is what they call an API, an application program interface. See, Caitlin, you already know it, but you don't have to know the technical part about it. But if you were in a company and you had another software that could work with Zoom, you would tell then your programmer, you know what we should do is we should create an API that we can hook into Zoom, because then people could get to use ours. And what there is now, which I think is really exciting, is there's something called VAPI. So I know what API is, right, Quinn? Is what? Application Program Interface. You remember I talked about 1-800-CHAT-GPT? Do you remember I did that?
Yeah.
What was that?
Where you can like call on your phone and it's basically talking to ChatGPT.
Yeah. And you could use any phone. You could even use a smartphone. You could use an Android phone. You could use an iPhone. You could even use a dumb rotary phone that maybe your grandma has or your great-grandma has in her house. And you could talk to, and she says, you know what, I don't even have internet access. Well, you know what, Grandma, you can call 1-800-CHAT-GPT. So what do you think the V is in API mean? Quinn, what do you think the V stands for?
Maybe virtual.
Virtual's one. Think about 1-800-CHAT-GPT. How do I do that? I listen to what? A voice.
Oh, voice. Yeah.
So instead of an API, there's a voice API. .ai. So if I go look at this. Enterprise, what does enterprise stand for, Quinn? What's the meaning of enterprise? What's an enterprise? We need to know this for the test. Catherine, what's an enterprise? Catherine Bremer. And if we don't know what an enterprise is, Caitlin, what do we do?
Look it up.
Yeah, look it up. So don't sit there looking at my beautiful face. So Luke, you looking it up? What's it?
Yeah, I just did.
And what is it? What's an enterprise?
This says any type of software, hardware system that is part of a large organization.
Large organization.
Yeah.
Do we belong to an enterprise?
Yes.
Yes. Do we have a number of departments? Do we have a number of employees? Do we have a number of students? Yes. That's enterprise. So what a lot of companies are doing is they'll give like a free version to individuals, right, Luke? But they'll start charging, giving more services to enterprise-ready voice AI agents. So I looked at this, give it a try, and this will create a voice AI agent similar to ChatGPT, Luke, but you can get a phone number. You can then get your own language model, put in your own sources, and somebody could call your number. Let's say, what's your major, Luke? Marketing. Let's say 1-800-marketing. And your chatbot, you can decide you want a male, you want a female, what do you want them to say, what model you want, and create your own for a free trial, and they'll give you a phone number. And instead you'll have then call Luke, and maybe for Luke, right? The problem with 1-800-Luke, Fogel, is a lot of people don't know. I don't know if you want a whole brand on that. You know what I mean? But maybe a brand, because it's not like Brad Pitt. You know what I mean? 1-800-Brad Pitt or something. You understand? So in this case, Bad Bunny or something. You know what I mean? It could be Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny. .ai or something. So in this case here, you can create it. So this is what I want to do after the exam, is to play around with this. It's incredible that each of you would then have a phone number that hopefully we can get vanities that will be your sources, just like you did for Notebook LM. Did you do the Notebook LM, Luke? What chapter did you do?
I did TG2.
TG2. Instead of TG2, you put all your information about Luke or Luke's marketing, and people could ask then questions. Tell me about Luke and so forth. What offices? What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
It sounds awesome. And I was trying to play around with it, and I got a couple of numbers there. You know what I mean? And then I'm still going to play around with it. And so you can sign up, give it a try. And then they give you a certain amount of, small amount of money, the tokens that you can do. But it's great for a demonstration ready. Hey, I can do it for you. You can even create that as a business, Luke. I'll make you, as marketing, I'll make you your own phone number, They don't have to know that you're using them or something. It's a whole service. And I'll update it, I'll put in you can even do it for them. Give me all your documents and I'll put it in. So this is new. They've made a new... This is a company, just a couple of guys started it in San Francisco, and they got to be a Y Combinator. They're now in San Francisco. They have like 17 people, but they're just a startup. It's starting to raise money, and then every time they're trying to do new ones, and they have different, you can see it about docs and signing up and everything. So if you have some time, look at it. Those of you who are really curious to see what it is, I want to add this to our projects and stuff. Add this as another, assignment. Everybody get their own names, and then they give you certain numbers, and they give you a number. As long as you use this VAPI, you can keep that number. You understand? As long, it's great for demo purposes, and then later on, you could even, basically, if a business wanted to use it, you just pay as you go, how much people... As much as you talk, you pay for it. So I just think that's awesome. You got it? So what is the thing? They call themselves VAPI. Why do they call themselves VAPI? The V4 then, Quinn? Voice. But it's coming from API, of connecting with others. And what are they really doing? A lot of companies are really doing it. They're from open source. You remember we talked about open source? They're collecting a number of things from open source, and they even allow you to decide which model you want to use. Do you want to use OpenAI? Do you want to use Grok? Do you want to use a number of different ones? You choose what learning models you want, and it will speak, and then you decide, do you want a male? Do you want a female? What kind of voice do you want? And later on, some of these, you can clone your own voice. And it's interesting. Okay? So I just wanted you to see that. And I'm glad, Caitlin, we worked it out together. Isn't that great? It's all a team effort. And that's what I wanted you to learn too. In this world, there's nothing just doing, but It's nice when you can do things on your own, but you need to reach out to people because what? It's happening so quickly. Two, a lot of times authority, sometimes you don't have authority to do anything. And then you also with experience. We know that after a while you say to yourself, Blackboard has issues. Remember, Wiley has issues also. If you use Safari, sometimes it didn't work Wiley. So it's all the time we get used to it. Okay, anything else? How are we doing here? All right. So let me share my screen again. So this is a lot of twiddling done here. I'll leave that off for a second. Let's go to our regular session, our regular section. K, our regular section. Everybody with me? Regular section. Catherine, you're with the regular section. You got it? So what do I always want to do? I always want to start off with what's due. So what do we have next Monday, Catherine? Catherine Bremer, what's next Monday? March 3rd. Lily, what's March 3rd? What's happening March 3rd? Can you imagine it's March already next week? I don't know where February went to. Lily, what's happening?
Our exam.
Our exam. Where's our exam? It's in person. It's in SBA 204. Right, Lily? So it's in the School of Business, room 204 in the lab. And what I'd like you to do is I've given you a review guide, exam 1, to see what it's going to cover. So where does that list? Caitlin, where's the review guide? In which section do I go to?
In PowerPoints and documents.
Okay, so let's go to PowerPoints and documents. You go there too to make sure you have it. And here's the idea that you say here that, right, that you have exam 1 will take place in the School of Business 204 PC lab on Monday, March 3rd. It is during class. It is at class time. This class begins at 6:35. So what I suggest you do is you get there 10 minutes early. People are kind of slow to get into our Zoom. Like 10 minutes late, that isn't going to work for Monday. So you need to get there. If you're remote or something, you have to get, and you have to take in consideration traffic and everything. It's not going to count. The exam will cover the chapters that we talked about. Chapter 1, TG 1, 2, Chapter 5 and 4. It will also cover the audit assignments that we were given and the class lectures that we were having. Also the guest speaker. The exam will be in person and proctored at class time. Arrive 10 minutes early. The exam is closed note, closed book, closed AI software. It is all in your head, but you can use your notes, your book, AI software to help you prepare. What you need to do, the exam will take the entire class period. If you finish early, you can leave. You need to check out. And what we talked about before, if I talk about anything, it says bring picture ID. So if it says bring picture ID, Quinn, if I think about controls and access controls, what would be bring picture ID be? In terms of control.
That'd be a physical control.
Well, it's not to enter the room you'll need it, but what else will it be? It'll be a way in which I'm doing authentication or authorization?
Authentication.
Authentication. That you are who you are. Here I see Quinn Karan, but you know, can I change my name here in Zoom? Yes or no, Quinn?
Yeah.
Yeah, so literally I've seen you every time, but do I really know in detail? And I probably could, you know, match your face to somewhere else on UM or something like that. but it's another way to authenticate. And in this case, we will be taking the exam on the computers that are in the lab. The computers that are in the lab have the software called Respondents. Have you ever heard of that, Quinn?
Yeah.
Okay. But you need to bring also your laptop that also has a version, the latest version of Respondents. And in terms of business continuity, why am I asking you to do that, Quinn?
In case there's technical difficulties with their computers.
And do you think that is a possibility?
Yeah.
Of course. So one of the things, if you're in business continuity, right, Caitlin, is to prepare in case something goes wrong, that you can continue doing that, right? So that's what we're doing. Everyone is required to bring a picture ID. Everyone is required to bring their laptop. Everyone is required to bring their phone. Usually I don't have to tell anybody to bring their phone. Because why? Why do you need to bring your phone? Quinn?
For the dual authentication.
Dual authentication, because what do you need to do? You're going to go into Blackboard, right? And it's going to be asking you for authentication. You're going to be using Respondents. It's going to be asking you for that. So right here is what we've created as the study guide for you. We've already talked about that. Close note, close book, close AI software, just you on Respondents. The exam will be taken. And the format will be 2 parts, Lily. There will be multiple choice, just like the quizzes that you've taken on adaptive assignment, just like the quizzes you took online that you got 2 turns to take it. You've taken those, right, Lily? The quizzes. So they'll be in a similar format. And then you'll have a second part of the exam that will be open-ended questions. You will be logging in with your authentication, with your Duo Mobile the first time. And think about it. After you study, Lily, think about what you want to do first. Do you want to do the multiple choice or the open-ended? In previous semesters, I made it that everybody take the multiple choice first and then the open-ended. And then students said, you know what, Dr. Rush, I'd like to take the open-ended first because I have all the information in my head and I like to just spit it all out. Lily, you have a choice. So what I'm saying now is you have a choice, but you have to decide in advance and you cannot go back and forth. If you decide, Lily, to do open-ended first, and they're up to 3 questions, then you have to finish it. Then you submit, and then you have to pick up your phone again and then do the multiple choice. If you want to do the other way, that's fine. What I can tell you is usually 99% of the students finish on time. Our advantage for being, there's no other class after us, so those of you that have accommodations in a letter format that need more time can do it without any problem. You understand? But you just have to tell me when you enter the room if you have special accommodations, and I'll put you at a certain place. But other than that, we'll be okay. And then I'm giving you the concepts here. It'll be nothing new here. It will be following the concepts that you did of hardware, right? CPU, the central processing unit characteristics, when we're talking about input or output, what is primary storage, what is secondary storage. You remember that we talked about that, Luke, of basically RAM. We talked about external hard drive, what is going to be volatile, what is going to be not. ALU, the arithmetic logic unit, the control unit, RAM, random access memory, that when we put in software, when we're going to try to load, for instance, our PowerPoints, a copy of that PowerPoint is going to go into RAM versus ROM is part of read-only memory. That's part of the operating system is in there. That's set by the manufacturers, registers, clients versus server, different types of software, the difference between operating system versus application, software licensing. Remember we talked about open source versus proprietary. That's why something like this, Quinn, a VAPI can be open source. What they're doing is basically taking all the open source models and putting it together and giving you a framework there that you don't even have to be a programmer. You just basically like questions to ask, which avatar do you want? How do you want their voice to be? Do you want it to be like a English gentleman? Do you want it to be a cool dude? Do you want it to be a professional woman? Whatever it is, you do it. Data versus information versus knowledge. The IT infrastructure, talking about its components, personnel, and services. What's the trend? It seems like, what do we want? We want it to be real time. We want it to make decisions quicker. We want to use even AI to try to help us in forecasting, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in marketing, whether it's in finance. We talk about security. We need to know what an exposure is, what's a threat, what's a vulnerability. What do we mean by social engineering? That we're gonna try to befriend us, and we're gonna, just like, you remember, were you there, Quinn, when we had the security director? He said, don't give your phone to anybody. Remember, he gave all those lists. And you, Quinn, you're a nice person, right? You're polite. I said, you know what, Quinn, my battery went out. Can I borrow your phone? You say, what? I'm not going to give it to you? What a mean person you are, right? I mean, it just, and they say it in such a manner that, yeah, sure, take my phone, and you're listening to them, or you don't even think about it, okay? And then denial of service, distributed, all the viruses that we talked about, and you have to know the difference between intentional versus deliberate, intentional versus unintentional, spyware, ransomware. You remember we talked about ransomware, that they can take hold of. What is the university concerned about? Taking hold of our university databases there and the hospital. So they take my PowerPoints. What do I care? They take my PowerPoints. Do I care? Really, I'm not going to spend a nickel protecting my PowerPoints. But I better be spending millions protecting the university medical campus. If you have to go for surgery tomorrow, Quinn, right, and you broke your leg, right, they better know which leg it is and better have all those x-rays done, right? You don't want to say, oh, Quinn, tell us, which leg should we do? And what do you need to be done, right? I mean, who are you supposed to see? Can you imagine that? And if they're down for a week, you think how many millions they'll be losing per day? And if they're always down, guess what? Do they have alternatives? I can go to another hospital. I can go to a Baptist. I can go wherever, doctors, So this is the idea that you need to know about ransomware. So what did you get in this case? What did you learn, William? Were you there for the security officer when he was here?
I was.
Okay. What did you get when I asked them about ransomware? What are they doing at the university? Do they have like Bitcoin accounts or something? Do you remember what he said? He basically said they give it to the insurance company. They let them take care of it. He didn't say whether they had an account or not, but it's basically, I'm going to transfer what? My risk to an insurance company. Just like you do with a car, right? You don't want to be paying, some idiot runs into you tonight, on I-95, right, and crashes your car. They get injured or whatever because they're an idiot, right? You want to have insurance. So the whole idea is you have to figure out how much risk I have. What am I talking about? What's the asset worth? How do I manage it? And what's mitigation? So I have to figure out, Colin, what does the word mitigation mean?
So like
Minimize. And what do I want to do? I want to minimize my risk, so I'm going to have to basically control that and put in controls. Either I'll mitigate it by saying I'll accept the risk. I'll accept the risk that my PowerPoint slides will be stolen. Colin, I'm accepting that risk. And I'm not going to spend a penny on it. Or I can say, you know what, I'll mitigate it by putting in more controls, or I'll transfer it, right, to others. Then you'll talk about biometrics, right, that they can use it, data governance, what's the purpose of that, the goals, the data hierarchy. You remember we talked about that, Finley, the zeros and ones to a character versus a field. You remember it's like a column in a spreadsheet. A record is what, Finley? A row in a spreadsheet. A file is like a sheet, basically a sheet, a number of sheets together. I can think about it as a table. The keys, primary versus secondary key. The need to know, the least privilege, right? What does least privilege mean? Just like in my regular class, you have the least privilege. You have the privilege to be a student, right? That you can read what I have, you can download what I put up, but you're limited versus the audit area, right? I want you to have more of a role. Data warehouse versus data marts. Maybe we'll talk about that on the next time we meet. What's non-volatile versus volatile storage. The data dictionary. That's going to tell me about my data, not specifically my data. HTTP, that's Hypertext Transfer Protocol. It's basically the way in which I transfer data on a browser. If I'm going to go to e-commerce and I'm going to Amazon, I make sure that it is secure. If I'm giving my credit card information, I want it to be secure, because by default, the way that the computer transfers in hypertext, it transfers it via text. Then I talk about big data, transactions, transaction processing systems, and encryption. You got it, Finley? And what I suggest you do, you find out what that is. I don't care how you find out. You have sources, Finley. You have really a lot of sources. You can even put all that into what? Notebook LM, right, that you've already done. And as you're walking, right, or doing something, listen to a podcast. However you can do it. Then what I've done, Ava, is I've listed, I'm going to give you open-ended questions. Up to 3 questions. And what I've done here is I've given you sample questions. Talking about improving digital security, explain how the practice helps secure digital information, using concepts from where? The textbooks, the lecture. We were even graciously got the Chief Information Security Officer coming. Here is through a question about what we did on one of our assignments, where we had to compare local recording versus cloud computing, the benefits of YouTube live streaming and Zoom's remote local features. What situations would you choose? How are these tools going to support business promotion? Right, Luke? Just like how we had said before. 3, another thing about Zoom, and what we talk about, the cloud-based screen recorder that saves to your computer, combination of Zoom and screen recorder. Give examples from your assignment on how you would choose it, what factors would influence. Here it's on database. Define what a field is, a record, a table, and database management. In designing a university student database, which data fields are essential and which fields should function as the primary key. Explain why the primary key is important. In this case, 5 is define data governance. Have we covered that, Finley? We have. Explained how it should be implemented in a university setting. Differentiate between what? Authentication, authorization. Which one of these processes is always performed first? To illustrate it's important, provide specific examples how least privilege, authentication, or authorization were applied in class. We used it all the time, right? Audit area, regular area. You're a professional on that, right? On what you're giving for roles. 6, compare and contrast risk management, risk analysis, give examples in a university setting. And number 7, last but not least, Ava, is what? Explain how Notebook LM was useful when studying for the exam, recommend any fine-tuning for its features, and explore potential benefits for business outside educational usage.
Did you post this
Yes, I did. Where?
in Classroom or in
Where does it say? It says if you go to what's due. And where does it say?
right there? Thank you.
Useful, no? And it's into open-ended questions, Finley. My idea is I'd rather you focus on those 7 questions, and I'll choose up to 3, rather than, everything's open here. We could ask 100 different ones. I'd rather you spend the time and know this, Finley, and then you can focus. What else?
Is the format of it going to be like multiple choice, or is it open-ended?
What did I just say?
Open-ended? Like
No, what did I say here? Which one? The open-ended questions. What did I say? When I go to my review guide, right, go again to PowerPoints and Documents. You do it yourself. Go to PowerPoints and Documents. Go to Exam 1 Review Guide. What did I say? Format. Yes? No, Finley?
Okay, open-ended and multiple choice.
Yeah. And the open-ended, you have to describe it. It's not just one sentence, to show that you know the material. And you decide, Finley, what you want to do first. When you're ready, once you sit at your computer in the SBA 204, once you sit there, you'll know ahead of time what you want to do first. Do you want to do the open-ended, or do you want to do the multiple choice first? And that'll be I'm allowing you to do your prerogative. But once you start, Finley, and say, I'm going to do multiple choice, you can't, in the middle, switch to the other. You have to finish one, submit, and then you take out your phone, and you'll have to, again, log in and do your duo at that time. You got it? Because I feel that people learn in different ways. Some people said, hey, I want to, I studied so much for the open-ended, I want to get that out of my mind already. You know what I mean? And then I'll do the multiple choice. It's for some people, it's kind of easier, the multiple choice. Or other people say, I'm so nervous, let me get the multiple choice out of the way, and then I'll spend more time on the open-ended. And how you prepare, Colin, is up to you. But just make sure that so you've done all that, in your notebook LM, you see you have multiple choice questions already. You can view also the other multiple choice questions, Colin, from the other groups, right? You have access to see their multiple choice questions. And I ask people to also put the answers in. So we may take a couple of those multiple choice even from what the Notebook LM produced. But they're all kind of like the same types of questions, right, Finley, if you look at them, once you know the concept. It's just said in a different way, with different choices. So what do you think, Greta?
I think it seems clear.
Yeah, straightforward. There's not going to be any surprises. And open-ended, it'll be among those questions. Maybe a little bit of different phrasing or something, you know what I mean? But it'll cover those areas. And the multiple choice, it'll cover those concepts that I listed, in the study guide. Because there's so much, right, Greta? There's so much information there. It's like almost a hose. But also I wanted to do some of the open-ended. Think about how much, guys, you've covered here already. with all the Zoom, the difference between cloud recording and recording to the computer, right? Caitlin, you know that, the differences. You know what were the problems of it. When you think about that notebook LM, you had your data sources, you could have, in the middle, you had like basically using their open-ended questions that you can put in, and then you had the podcast come out, and then you can join. There were some issues that joining has some issue because that's in beta. So what I found even in using it, it is amazing when you hear the voices. Those are AI generated voices. They sound quite believable, don't they, Caitlin? I mean, it is incredible. And later on, think about it, that you could even put your own information into that notebook LM. You could put in your whole, LinkedIn or your whole information about you in there and have it create a podcast of how great Caitlin is. They'd have a whole discussion. Oh, did you hear she's at the University of Miami, and these are her majors, and this was from. These are her interests. I mean, you could put that. You could write. It could sing your praises. And if you had a company, right, that you could do, it's amazing. And how much time and how quickly it does it. And now they're going to get more. What I'd like to see in something like that notebook LM is I'd like to see a voice-to-text transcript, right? I'd like to be able to do more adjustments. I'd like, when I join in, I'd like it to be recorded in the next version of a podcast where it would have the three of us, maybe the male, the female, and Dr. Rush, or maybe with you, Caitlin. You know what I mean? We have like 4 people, on a podcast interviewing somebody that could come in. So, but it's the beginning. And then what do you have in this model, which is so fantastic, is there's such a curiosity and it's a way that people want to get better, that there's always competition. It's almost like one gets better than the other. Google even tries to get better, and then there's competitors. I saw there's another competitor. It's called Lollipad, and they basically allow you to have your own voice, and then you can choose how many people you want in the podcast. And if you pay, it will even then put it into, Spotify or somewhere else that you could actually publish your podcast and make it a whole podcaster. So think about it. What's your major again, Caitlin?
I'm business undecided.
Undecided. You could make a business on creating podcasts for others on their businesses. Let me create it. You know what I mean? You could almost think about that. And then with that VAPI, with the V for voice, you could create then phone numbers based on certain businesses. If you're a dentist's office, they can take take appointments. To if you're tech support or someone, they have like scenarios that you can pick certain scenarios, and then it will cover them. The question is in the detail. After you get through it's where's it going to go? But at least we're in the beginning of the cusp that we can talk about it intelligently, where we can go with it. So, what else that I can answer your questions? So, Ellie, what do you think? Did that answer your questions about the exam? Okay. So, this is what I want to do on Wednesday. Wednesday I want to do 2 parts. Wednesday I want to go over this and start preparing for the exam. And then on Wednesday, come with questions that you have, what's not clear to you. Do you understand? And then I'll go over that, plus I'll go over our next assignment. But I'll leave it to you if you want to, if you have, I'm not clear on this, I'm not clear on basically on what is a bad actor, what are deliberate, whatever questions you have. And some of the questions you have, I may even say, don't worry about that. That, is irrelevant right now for the test. That's how I want to proceed with it. And then we'll continue on Wednesday. I think that's a better time. Give you time to kind of, Quinn, give you time kind of to absorb it all, and then come back with questions. And if you don't have questions, I'll have questions for you. I'll reverse it, and explain things that I think you have you don't have an in-depth knowledge, and maybe you do, but I'll create it that way. Anything else? Greta, anything else I need? Pretty straightforward. Okay? So I'll take attendance. I think, Caitlin, we're complete with your issues, right?
Yeah, we are.
And if you want to stay with me longer, everyone is always welcome to stay as long as you want afterwards. If you want to discuss anything, let me state that. And Greta, why don't we stay with me after class just for a moment? We can kind of review what we needed to do. And Michelle, how's it going? Did that make sense? Okay. So let me share my screen. And let me go back to attendance. Let me check in. Let's see if I can start checking. 9783. So 9783. Greta, if you can be so kind and put it in the chat, in case people aren't paying attention. 9783, and you're welcome to leave. Stay with me if you have other questions. And I think, let me make sure that I turn off everything of recording. Stop recording on YouTube. Stop recording to the cloud.
It says that I was absent last week on Wednesday, but I was here.
So let me just, hold on. Is everybody checked in? Did you check in, Sydney, for this one?
Yeah.
And Catherine and Riley and Samuel, did they check in? Okay, I'm going to end. What?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to end check-in so then I can check your record. You see where it says records? Records are what, Sydney? They're rows, right? View. Notice how it says view records. So let me just see here. Let's see. Okay, let me just change it. Present, update.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Have a good night.
You're fine. Great. Okay. So Catherine, Riley, and Samuel, are you there?
Yeah, I just had a question about accommodations.
So just come to the class, to the exam. Okay. Just let me know. Just say, I need accommodations. I'll put you at a certain place. And then what do you have, time and a half? Whatever time you have, that's fine. Okay, you don't have to take it.
ODS?
No, go here. Okay. And you know what advantage is? You have me. What do they know to when you have, you understand? How are they going to be a backup? You say, oh, I don't understand this question. Oh, can I do this? Can you look at this? So for me, for anybody all my students, that's why we're doing it in class, and you can have as much, and it's a quiet environment, and you have as much time as you need. What I found in general, just so you know, since most people know what the questions, you know what I mean, how the format is, you can almost practice ahead of time, of seeing it. And then if you need more time, fine. And you know what? You won't even have any disturbance of people coming in, because in the first class, people that are having accommodations, if they had to stay longer, they're having the next class come in and it's disruptive. we're at the last class, nobody's going to be coming in to, take over. So it'll even be more focused.
Got it.
Perfect. So I'm glad,
Thank
Riley.
you.
And thanks for sharing with, for Caitlin too.
Of course.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great.
See you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday, and then we'll see you on Monday in person. Okay, that'll be great too, in a way.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just left and my phone was glitching out, and I just finally got the code in, and it said I'm absent. Can you reopen it real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah, sure. Let me just do it. Let's see. I'll do. Okay. Finley. Let me just see. Yeah, that's a problem. It comes in and out, right?
Yeah, it's that one right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay. How are you feeling, Greta?
I'm feeling pretty good. I
Okay.
haven't really started studying yet.
Okay.
I've done like notebook LM, but I think I'm feeling like good. I think. I hope.
Yeah, you should be.
I
You know
really
what I
wanna
mean?
do well,
You're
so.
conscientious. There shouldn't be any. It's not a big deal. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
It's not going to be. Oh my God! I never saw the. When you looked at the open-ended questions, you could answer them now. Later on, you'll be able to do a better job. And you have a week. You know what I mean, to prepare. But none of those questions. Oh my God! How would I answer that?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Thank you for letting me turn my camera off the other.
Oh, for
day
sure.
also.
Why would you want to? You know what I mean?
I was so ill.
I know. People are
I had so much class last week, and I was like, thank goodness I have an online class, because I was like, I had strep. And
No, I know what it's like, and that's the last thing you want to do is show your face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or even that. That's why I say for people that are and I get a lot of that. Where they say, oh, you can't come to class for 3 days. But I say for this, even if you're in bed under your covers and sneezing, and even if you sleep for half of it, at least you know that you know what I mean? You can listen.
And it was nice that with the guests, because it was the guest speaker class, so I could kind of just listen.
Yeah, you're right, and I think he really kind of showed his perspective. People seem to really, he's enthusiastic. Okay, so that's it. I think.
Yeah, I'll reach out if there's anything unclear about.
Well, do that on Wednesday. I think it's better if you have some time even to look at it a little bit.
I will. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even cursory. So you can say, because if you're having some issues, I'm using you as a teaching assistant in training. If you have some issues, you know that the other students don't even have a clue to even ask me. You know what I mean? They don't even understand that something's not clear. So just do that part of things that are not clear that I can emphasize that I know where to focus that.
Perfect. I will. I mean, I feel like it seems very straightforward.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And also, for the short answer, you're choosing, you said 3, correct?
Up to 3.
Okay, got it.
So just do all those 7, and then you'll know that you'll be prepared. So this way, you're prepared for it, but it's not like I won't be asking anything out of that. I won't be asking how do you create an API or something. You know what I mean? So it's just whatever there are. Okay?
Sounds good. Well, thank you
Okay,
so much.
hopefully, and thank you for basically being our assistant in training. And then Frank was ill too. Just like
I honestly think everyone's getting sick right now.
I know it is. And that's why I'm just hoping that everybody will be healthy next week. That I'm glad that this is the peak.
It's passing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I'm glad that we didn't do it. You know what I mean? But because I really Frank just sent me a note, and I told Frank, I said, if I told him just the same thing, he sent it to all his professors. I'm just feeling, and Frank, I'm sure is if he didn't come, he is really just feeling horrible. You know what I mean? You probably whatever he has. You know what I mean? So you can even if you want to, just as a text. I'm sure he's conscientious. You could even just let him know about that study guide.
Okay,
you can reach out to, because that was really the most important thing, and you can see just of where that is. You can just send them a text and say, hey, this is what we covered, and that you can do it. But what the nice thing is, we had it recorded so you could view that too, and that's what I told him. But so hopefully he'll be. I think he'll be. My guess is he'll be good enough for Wednesday to just come, for an online class.
Yeah, definitely.
But if not, you can let him know. Okay. All right.
Well,
Take care.
Thank you so much. I'll
You're
see
welcome.
you on Wednesday.
Bye. Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Hi, Professor.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, wait, I can't hear you. My headphones straight to my phone.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so the only thing I went through the exam, number 41, it should say student table colon SID, not ID. Was my,
I missed that.
I think it was a mistake in the first exam, and I think a couple of
It
students
must have been.
and certain students were at, the smarter students say, hey, it says SID here, and here it says ID. Number 41.
I'll fix that.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was good.
Yeah, other than that, it's good. And then, I know which ones I want to, which ones do you think for the open-ended? So we didn't take any, do we take any from the Notebook LM?
No.
Okay, I think it's fine.
I added one.
Oh, you did? It's good enough. Let's not waste any more. It's not worth wasting any time. You agree with me?
I don't think they should do that one.
No. On the sample open questions, I want to include 5, I think is good. Define data governance.
Oh, wait, when you said SID, is that, like, that's in the actual image itself, right?
Yeah.
I gotta change that.
Did you change it? Or maybe I was looking on the wrong one.
It says, consider the following tables. Blank is a primary key. Oh, I just have to change the answer.
Yeah, the answer. Just it says ID.
Student table SID. I see. I got it. All good.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, it's updated.
okay. And
I'm
open.
just gonna change it on each.
Yeah, just change it. It takes so little.
Yeah.
By the time you import export, it's so kludgy. Yeah.
Then you have to enable the response.
Yeah. No. Just add the letter S for both sections.
Yeah. I do like the number 5 data governance.
Yeah, I like that too. What do you think? I know what 5 is great. I think in terms of it adds additional and it talks about it. What other one?
Either 3 or 1.
Okay, let me just see. The only problem is the first class did not have a guest speaker.
So then probably 3.
Yeah, so they did not, he didn't come. So I think that it becomes vague. So let me just see what 3 is. Yeah, let me just go back.
3 is about the Zoom and the.
Yeah. So what's the different? What's the difference between 3 and describe the situation where you would use Zoom? Let me just see.
So the first, number 2 is mainly about live streaming and remote control.
Okay.
3 is about Zoom versus cloud recording.
Okay, that's safe. So you're going to come on. Use example your sign to illustrate how you would choose between these tools. What factors would influence? Well, there could be a combination. So could we? Compare and contrast local recording.
We could put them together.
Yeah, maybe also describe a situation. Maybe put compare and I like compare and contrast local recording with cloud. Is it with, compare with, or to? Compare and contrast local recording with cloud. In what situations would you choose? And this one describes a situation where you would use Zoom cloud that saves to your. You talk about it here, but you talk about it really here, where cloud-based screen record saves, or a combination. Yeah, let's just do 3.
Okay.
3 and 5.
Sure, I can add both of those right now.
Yeah, and maybe make 5 the first one.
Okay.
I'd make 5 the first one and 3 the second, because it's better, kind of like generic and then specific. And maybe how you would use maybe a collaboration tool such as Zoom.
Such as?
Would use, what do you think? Because I want it to be more generic than just Zoom. You know what I mean? Then it sounds like we're just doing keystrokes on Zoom. Because here we talk about a cloud-based